Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our final day of consideration of the FY21 spending bills, I'd like to thank you all for your kind words and well wishes, and ask you, please, to indulge me in just a few more reflections. I came to Congress in 1989, one of just 31 women in the House and Senate, and to this committee in 1993, alongside only 6 other women under the 64-member panel. This body is better for the 100 women serving in the 116th Congress and for the many women in the room today. It's my honor to address the full committee for my final time as the first woman chair. You know, it's ironic. Thank you. It's ironic that back in 1993, I had to choose between serving on Appropriations or Ways and Means. I was fortunate to be given that choice. And today we mark up my final appropriation bills in the Ways and Means Committee room. I chose Appropriations because I believed it was the best place to give more people a better chance at a better life. After nearly 30 years on the committee, I still believe that. In fact, nowhere else in Congress could I have advanced such a diverse range of priorities. In the days of congressionally directed spending, something I hope you all restore, I brought home hundreds of millions to help my constituents directly, from transportation hubs, commuter services, bridge and road safety, early learning and health centers, to economic development and job training, school safety, senior centers, flooding relief, and more. Of course, without those projects, I've created new programs, including one that protects vulnerable nonprofits at a time of rising anti-Semitism and hate, like those in my district surrounding the community that experienced a tragic attack at a Hanukkah party last year. Nationally, we advanced the .08 blood alcohol content standard for drunk driving that has saved countless lives. Following September 11th, we funded the new Department of Homeland Security, and I fought hard for New York's fair share of its investments in our preparedness and response capabilities. I'm so proud of tremendous accomplishments for women's health, from protecting and expanding access to family planning here and abroad, to gains in research equity and breast cancer research, and securing contraceptive coverage for federal employees that led to dramatically expanding coverage for women today. And let me just say, we will never go back to the days when the National Institute of Health excluded women from clinical trials, when even the lab rats were all male. Among many education achievements, we established the first after-school programs that have grown to $1 billion investment today and serve millions of children and families. And it was certainly fun to bring Bert and Ernie to a hearing to help save PBS's federal funding. Despite my passion for these priorities, I bucked conventional wisdom to become ranking member on the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee rather than the Labor HHH Education Subcommittee. I cannot overstate my commitment to our responsible investments through our foreign aid bill to make the world better, safer, and healthier while improving the security of generations here at home. At the heart of that work is providing a basic education to the world's children so that they may thrive and prosper, be healthier and resilient to dangerous influences, and create a more stable world. So what a moving and rewarding honor it was to have my dear friends, Ranking Member Granger, Ranking Member Rogers, recognize my work on international basic education by naming that program for me last week in the State and Foreign Operations Markup. While my time as the chairwoman of the committee has been short, our achievements together will have a lasting impact. Despite our differences and disagreements, or perhaps because of them, we ultimately recognize that the power of the purse, one of the most important entrusted to us by the Constitution, requires us to build consensus and put the interest of the American people first. I took the appropriations gavel in January 2019 in the middle of the longest partial government shutdown in U.S. history. Not only did we reach bipartisan agreement to reopen government, we cleared all 12 fiscal year 2020 appropriation bills through committee and 10 off the House floor before the Senate introduced a single bill. And we enacted all 12 before the end of the calendar year. As appropriators, we lead by example with common sense and deliberation. Our ability to transcend party differences and make hard choices within the constraints of limited funding makes us worthy of the privilege to hash out the biggest battles of the day. Through virtual and remote work, and in masks and gloves today, this committee is confronting twin crises, one most of us never expected, the other only the willfully indifferent could not have anticipated. In recent months, we've led the way to invest trillions to stem the spread of a global pandemic and mitigate the worst of its devastating economic impacts. The fiscal year 2021 appropriation bills continue those efforts as we address systemic racism, a crisis that has reached a boiling point in recent weeks. We have acted on the urgent need for meaningful police reform and economic development in disadvantaged communities that is fundamental to a more just and equitable society that lives up to our highest values and aspirations. We are living through a time of heightened cynicism and polarization, of suffering and pain and great uncertainty, with too little compassion and leadership from some at the highest level of power. The old adage you might have heard me say a time or two, that in Washington there are Republicans, there are Democrats, and there are appropriators, is perhaps more important now than ever. My parting request to you is this: do not succumb to the pervasive partisanship that permeates what can feel like all aspects of our professional and even sometimes our personal lives. Beyond keeping government's door open and lights on, conduct robust oversight and demand accountability and transparency on the use of taxpayer dollars. Defend our constitutional prerogatives against executive overreach, regardless of who occupies the White House or the Speaker's office. Always strive to use the power of the purse to unlock the full potential of this nation. Over the next weeks and months, I will continue that hard work with all of you. You are at the heart of what makes this the best committee in Congress. And if you're looking for a goodbye gift, I would love to get all our bills done by the end of the year. To the other members leaving Congress at the end of this term, my fellow New Yorker and dear friend, Jose Serrano, Pete Fisklowski, Tom Graves, Martha Roby, and Will Hurd. Thank you for your service, and I wish you the very best. To my subcommittee chairs, Marcy, Pete, Jose, Rosa, David, Lucille, Sanford, Betty, Tim, Debbie, Mike, you have made your mark, not just on your bills and on this committee. Thank you for your steady, effective leadership and friendship. Kay, I could never ask for a better ranking member. We took turns as chair and ranking member on state and foreign operations and have shown time and again that women get things done. I will deeply miss our partnership and you personally. I would be remiss not to mention former committee chairs, Natcher, Livingston, Young, Lewis, Obie, my good friend Rogers, Frelinghausen, who showed me what it takes to do this job well. None of us could fulfill our mandate without the support of excellent staff. All of the successes I've recounted today are more the achievement of many others. To the staff in both the committee and my congressional office, for a year and a half as chairwoman, 6 years as ranking member, and for some a whole lot longer, I have benefited immeasurably from your wisdom, counsel, tireless commitment, and on more than a few occasions from your technological prowess. One of the benefits of being chair is having the largest and most experienced staff on the Hill. From all of our subcommittee staff, led by clerks Martha Foley, Barb Bonner, Becky Leggieri, Jamie Shimmick, Matt Smith, Derek Newby, Rita Kulf, Stephen Stieglater, Robin Giuliano, Matt Washington, Lisa Molyneux, Steve Marquez, Joe Carlisle, to Adam Berg, Jason Gray, Adam Wilson, Tom Tucker, Anna Hansen, Mike Burns, Gloria Newletter, I'm pronouncing that wrong, Onlu Adim. Better. Malachi White in the front office, Eric Jackson, Lonnie Johnson, Kathy Little. I am so grateful for everything you do to make this the very best committee in Congress. My congressional office staff in Washington, including Faye Rabin, Wendy Corson, Liz Gautier, Jane Richter, Matt Pastor, Steve Brenner, Justin Barnes, have been invaluable during my final appropriations markup, as always. I especially note my gratitude for the extraordinary work of several staffers whom I work with most closely. Staff Director, and Clerk Shalonda Young. Thank you. You took the hint as to why I was silent. My Deputy Staff Director, Chris Bigelow, an alum of my personal office, Communications Director, Evan Hollander, Legislative Director, Dana Acton, Deputy Chief of Staff, Kelly Hilton, and my Chief of Staff for the last 15 years, the amazing, extraordinary Elizabeth Stanley. I appreciate the great contributions of former staff, including Chiefs of Staff Scott Fleming, Howard Wolfson, Matthew Traub, Claire Coleman, and legislative teams led by Jim Townsend, Mark Isaac, Jenny LeRae, Heather Howard, Beth Tritter, Jean Doyle. At the committee, I valued the expertise of former Staff Director David Pomerantz, Deputy Staff Director Leslie Turner, and Communications Director Matt Dennis, who also served in my personal office. I enjoyed seeing so many current and former staffers grow in your careers, get married, have children, and even some of you retire before me. You'll always be a part of the Lowy family. In conclusion, it has been the honor of my life to serve as chairwoman of this committee. While I'll be sad to hand over the gavel, I know that all of us, members and staff, will live by the underlying principle that has guided our work together. Do the best we can to make life better for the most people we can. So thank you for indulging me.
Ms. Granger would like to be recognized.
What Nita just said is beautiful, and it comes right from her heart, and we know that. I've written these remarks, and I've scribbled all over them, because there's always something else. So I'm just going to talk about a little bit about this woman. When I was going to be her chair, she's going to be chair, I'm the ranking member, I was ecstatic just to have the position. She called me and asked me if I'd come to her office, and I did. And she said, welcome, we're going to be friends, we're going to bring this budget on time, on budget, and we're going to be best friends. Now that's one of the strangest kind of things, because my staff had warned me before I went to her office, and they said, Kate, that's probably the only time you'll get to be anything, because the ranking member is just a chair that has ranking member on it. And when she said, we're going to be friends, she said best friends. And I remember it so well, because from that time on, that's the way she did it. And that's the way she brought me in, which is really just amazing. And she said, as she said, we're the first committee that's been chaired and ranking member for two women. And I said, oh, that couldn't be. We looked, it really wasn't. She missed one. There had been a committee to decide where there was going to be a beauty salon in the Capitol. And they named a committee, and they studied it for 5 years before they could make that decision. So we didn't have to live up to everything, but we did become friends, and we became partners. And when you think about a Democrat from New York and a Republican from Texas, and we're going to be good friends, best friends, and partners, that should have been the most unique thing, but it really was. Because when she said that, she meant that. She said, that's what we're going to do. And so it was just a joy, always. And then I became chair. She's a ranking member. We just switched that from time to time. And she said very clearly, she said, the difference is whoever's chair gets to make the rules and wins. And I said, we understood that. We worked on things together. She was always an honest broker. She would always respect my position and opinions. And we could always disagree without being disagreeable. And really Nita said, I want to set that as a tone so other people can really understand it can be done that way. And that's what happened. I think if the most important thing to know about Nita Lowy is she's genuine. What you see up here and the way she stands, that's who she is in her whole life. She's an optimist, but never a pushover in any way whatsoever. I asked her this week about her portrait. I said, Nita, I have a question to ask. I said, I have a request to make. I said, and when you get your portrait done, I want to make sure you're smiling. You don't look like this. And she said, I've already done it, and I am smiling. But that beautiful smile, some people would take that as, I'm just a really nice person. She is tough as nails. People would ask me, said, I'm going to go to Mrs. Lowy. I know you're a friend or you know her. You know, tell me, you know, what to expect. And I said, don't ever take her for granted. She's tough. She knows her business. Nita, I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your friendship, and you will not be replaced. You will not be replaced. Well, our country will miss you, our district will miss you, and I'll miss you. Thank you.
Okay. Now we better get to work so you can get to your planes and trains and buses. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you. I call the meeting of the Committee on Appropriations to order. And before we begin, House rules now require me to remind you that we have set up an email address to which members can send anything they wish to submit in writing at any of our hearings or markups. That email address has been provided to your staff. Our first order of business today is consideration of the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2021. I will now recognize Ms. Roybell Allard to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to begin by joining colleagues in recognizing Chairwoman Lowy for her nearly 32 years of service to our country. Her wisdom, her passion, and commitment on behalf of her constituents and the American people will be greatly missed in the House of Representatives and throughout the country. Madam Chair, it truly has been a privilege and an honor to serve with you. To my ranking member, Mr. Fleischman, I thank you for your input and collaboration in putting together the bill before us. It has been a pleasure to work with you on this very challenging bill. While there are areas of disagreement, primarily around immigration issues, I believe most of our bill represents a bipartisan agreement. However, I don't want to minimize the disagreements on immigration. They are significant and important. It is unfortunate that over the past 3.5 years, progress on a fair and just immigration reform effort has been severely undermined by the divisive policies and rhetoric of the current administration. This includes the President's continued efforts to expel the Dreamers, even though the majority of our nation, including business leaders, oppose this effort. Americans understand the unfairness of such an action and the pain and suffering it would cause. They also understand the value of Dreamers to our country and our future. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the department's personnel who work on the front lines of the coronavirus pandemic. Many have contracted the virus, and sadly, several have lost their lives to it. We owe them and their family our sincere gratitude. I also want to recognize the pandemic's impact on migrants, especially those continuously held in detention facilities. Many have contracted the virus, and sadly, some also have died. In my view, with infections in ICE detention facilities rising, to protect both staff and migrants, alternatives to detention should be used for anyone not a threat to public safety, particularly families. Before discussing the bill, I'd also like to mention 3 areas the subcommittee is working on. Given the heightened roles FEMA and TSA are playing during the pandemic, we continue to have discussions on additional requirements they may have for fiscal year 2021. We are prepared to address any additional needs related to the pandemic later in the process based on formal requests from the administration. Similarly, in light of the pandemic's impact on CBP fee revenue, we are monitoring the need for additional funding for customs officers' salaries in FY21. The depletion of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services fee revenue is not addressed in our bill because it will not be enacted in time to help. Given the urgency of the matter, it is surprising that the administration still has not formally requested supplemental funding for the agency and its workforce. Nevertheless, we will continue our bipartisan discussions with the Judiciary Committee and USCIS on the agency's impending shortfall. We will keep working to ensure there are no furloughs of USCIS personnel, which would severely undermine the agency's important mission. One possible vehicle for addressing the USCIS funding shortfall is the next COVID supplemental bill, which increasingly looks as if it could move through Congress later this month. Also, on a more positive note, fee receipts have increased significantly in the last few months, making any shortfall much less than the $1.2 billion the agency originally suggested. Unless new policies are implemented by the administration that would further reduce USCIS fee revenue. Now on the bill. Members, we have worked very hard to find the right balance of investments across the department's broad spectrum of missions and to ensure those investments are consistent with our American values. We've also done our best to address as many of your concerns and priorities as possible, and those of House members more broadly. It has not been easy. The subcommittee received 3,850 member requests. This is a 20% increase over last year, including over 1,800 requests for bill or report language, an increase of 50%. The bill recommends $56 billion in total discretionary appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security, including $50.7 billion within the bill's 302B discretionary allocation, $5.1 billion as a budget cap adjustment for major disaster response and recovery activities, and $215 million for the Coast Guard's overseas contingency operations. The amount within the discretionary allocation is $250 million above the fiscal year 2020 level. Throughout the bill, we also provide increases above the request to help maintain current services, and we invest in high-priority capabilities and activities across the broad spectrum of Homeland Security missions. No funding is provided for border barriers, and because the administration continues to ignore the will of Congress by diverting funding to barrier construction beyond what Congress appropriates, the bill rescinds unobligated border barrier funding and prohibits the diversion of any more funding for that purpose. The bill invests $222 million above the request for alternatives to detention, including $75 million for expanded nonprofit-based case management. The bill provides funding for an average daily population in ICE custody of 22,000 single adults. This is a significant reduction compared to prior years as we build up capacity and effectiveness of ATD, which is a more humane, appropriate, and cost-effective approach for the vast majority of individuals in removal proceedings who are not flight risks or threats to the public. The bill also phases out family detention by the end of this year because detention is no place for families. The 22,000 level for single adults is based on an analysis of prior year data on what is needed to process recent border crossers and detain individuals who are public safety threats or flight risks. Currently, the population in ICE detention is steadily decreasing, and it is now under 23,000 compared to a high point of over 54,000 in detention last August. That reduction stems from various administration policies to quickly remove migrants at the border with little or no due process. The most recent and most damaging policy is to remove the vast majority of migrants almost immediately on the pretext of preventing the spread of the coronavirus. Extra precaution is certainly warranted during the pandemic, but it does not require the wholesale rejection of our asylum and due process laws and the values on which they are based. Primarily as a result of that policy, migrant transfers from CBP to ICE custody have dropped substantially, along with the corresponding need for ICE beds. Therefore, funding for 12,000 of the 2,200 detention beds will not be needed and will remain unavailable as long as the wholesale expulsions tied to the pandemic continue. Until recently, we worked collaboratively with the department to provide funding flexibility in the form of limited transfer authority to address unanticipated needs and circumstances. That authority has come with the understanding that transfers and major reprogramming would be implemented only with the concurrence of the committee. Unfortunately, last summer, for the first time since the department was established, the department violated that understanding by ignoring the committee's objections to a proposed transfer and reprogramming notification related to immigration enforcement. To make matters worse, the department recently sent a transfer and reprogramming notification that proposes to use bipartisan congressional priorities as offsets for CBP's fee revenue shortfall. Those offsets would include funding for body-worn cameras, border security technology, multi-role enforcement aircraft, light enforcement helicopters, and non-intrusive inspection systems, which are all critical to CBP's mission. The department has abused the authority provided by Congress. Consequently, the bill includes no authority to transfer funds between accounts, and it eliminates most authority to reprogram funds within accounts. Furthermore, in spite of repeated requests, meetings, and conversations with DHS, including with multiple acting secretaries themselves, many DHS components consistently take months to respond to bipartisan requests for information needed to fulfill the committee's oversight responsibilities. And when we finally do get responses, they are often incomplete if they are provided at all. Therefore, the bill withholds funding throughout the bill, where appropriate, to compel better responses to the committee's oversight requirements. I'll conclude by again thanking the ranking member for his collegiality and constructive input on the bill and report. It is unfortunate the controversial issues in our bill overshadow all the good bipartisan work we do together to provide oversight of and transparency in the department's activities and to ensure its more than 240,000 personnel have the resources they need to successfully carry out its many important missions. I also thank the subcommittee staff, both majority and minority, who have worked tirelessly over the last few months in helping to draft this bill under very challenging circumstances. They include Derek Newby, Chris Mallard, Karen Richmond, Bob Yoakum, Mike Herman, Elizabeth Lampum, Justin Smith, and for the minority, Dina Barron and Adam Kozatek, and in the ranking member's personal office, Daniel Tidwell. My personal staff includes Ernesto Rodriguez, Isabel Sanchez, and former staffer Victoria Rivas. This is a good bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Chairman Roble-Allard. Ms. Roble-Allard, before I address our bill, I would be remiss if I did not join in the accolades due our distinguished chairman, our full committee chairman, Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, this is the first time I've had an opportunity over the past few days to join in the accolades, and they are sincere. Your opening statement today, I thank you for that, as well as your outstanding service to our committee and to our country and to your great state, the state of New York. Thank you again for always combating anti-Semitism and racism and sexism. These are endeavors not only important to you and to me, but I think to our entire country and to our body. So thank you so much for your strong support of that, and that legacy will continue on both sides of the aisle. So I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Now, if I can only do one thing, I know you're a diehard Yankee fan. My mother and my father were diehard Yankee fans. So I forgive it, but I am a strong New York Met fan. I remember 1969 vividly, so perhaps that's one of our few disagreements. But with that, I will just say, let's go Mets. Ms. Roybal-Allard, this is a difficult bill. You and I have worked so well together. I don't think we've ever had a crossword. You are a fine lady. You articulate your positions very well. There are some bona fide differences in this bill, strong differences. But I'm going to talk about those differences, but I'm also going to talk about those areas of great agreement. Chairman Granger, thank you for your confidence in me. This is the first time I've actually been a ranking member, been on the committee a long time. I cherish my role as an appropriator. I think that's very important to our country, what we do in this committee and for this Congress. So thank you, ma'am. It's been a pleasure serving with you. To all the members on this committee, I thank you and on our subcommittee for a very thoughtful, although somewhat abridged hearing, as we work through some very difficult times due to the coronavirus, which has brought us to some very difficult points. Through it all, the hearings, limited site visits, and the extensive department briefings that took place over the phone were all instrumental for us to understand the funding needs of the Department of Homeland Security. The bill before us, Madam Chair, I think we have some broad areas of agreement on about 80% of the issues in funding, and I think we really need to let the American people know that. I will touch on that in a bit. We all hear from many of the same constituencies. We all care deeply about the safety and security of the people in our country, and particularly the people of this department. And so much of this bill does reflect the shared concern and our joint priorities for investment. Unfortunately, in the places where we disagree, the differences are once again vast, and in its current form, respectfully, I cannot support this bill, and I ask my colleagues vote no as well. This bill does not include a single dollar for the continued border fence construction, not a single dollar. Further, it takes money away from what we provided last year. I know it seems like forever ago, but we suffered an extensive shutdown over this same issue. It would be foolish not to learn from our past. We must provide funds for the programs that will allow us to get this bill enacted. And let me be clear to this committee and to the American people, the wall is being built. The wall is being built at about 1/2 mile per day. It will continue to be built, and it will be built for the benefit and security of our nation. And I know that there are areas where the majority strongly disagree. The other agreement or area of major disagreement are the levels of funding for ICE and the lack of funds flexibility, and that's of great concern to the minority. ICE needs to be able to respond to the extreme variations in the number of people at the border, and they need to be able to follow through with detaining and transporting people back to their countries after having been issued an order of removal, or those who are convicted of criminal acts. Despite these agreements, Madam Chair, we recognize that the department is more than just CBP and ICE. We need the funds that are proposed in this bill for all agencies that are working hard every day in our week to our communities to keep our people safe. The great United States Coast Guard, CISA, TSA, Secret Service, FEMA, and all the great components of this department. I thank the Chairwoman for all she did for these agencies under the allocation, especially where increases are proposed to address the critical needs across the department. I also thank you, Madam Chair, for accommodating so many requests for reports, briefings, direction, and dollars at the behest of colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I know we have 10 or so amendments today, maybe 12. I am hopeful that despite our disagreements, our debate will remain respectful, especially in light of the social distance pandemic that we are faced with. And I will say this, I have never been more proud to be a member of this committee, hearing the debates that have gone on with bona fide differences, the civility that the members on both sides of this aisle have demonstrated towards one another, not only in the dais, but from the chairs, is truly outstanding. And I know the American people are watching, so I thank all of my colleagues for that. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle who have put in so many days and nights to prepare this bill. On the majority side, Derek, Chris, Bob, Karen, Mike, Elizabeth, and Justin. And from our side, Dina, Adam, and Daniel, who work with me. Your work and efforts are truly appreciated and Herculean. I thank you. Since this is our last day in full committee, I hope, and I'd like to thank the staff of the full committee who has worked hour after hour and soon will be on the floor day after day. This brings us one step closer to completing all of the fiscal 2021 bills. Madam Chairman, thank you for all of your courtesies, for all your hard work, and I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard? Where are they? Okay. I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. First of all, I commend Chairwoman Roybal Allard and Ranking Member Fleischman for their admirable work on this bill in a year of unprecedented challenges. I thank the staff for their hard work to help craft the bill before us. In the Congress, we have a special and urgent responsibility to provide the necessary resources that are critical to our security and to respond quickly and effectively to new and emerging threats. Since I first arrived in Congress nearly 32 years ago, and in particular after joining the Homeland Subcommittee in 2007, I have been committed to doing everything possible to ensure our constituents in every corner of America are safe and secure. We don't agree on everything in this bill, but as I reflect on this committee's work, there is a remarkable and bipartisan track record of funding the evolving Homeland Security needs of our country. We have strengthened our security over the years by investing in the capabilities of first responders, rebuilding after disasters like Superstorm Sandy, supporting local social service organizations that provide food and shelter to at-risk members of our communities, enhancing aviation security, and preventing and better responding to acts of terror and hate. Nearly 2 decades have passed since September 11th, when nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives, including more than 100 of my own constituents. When I learned that first responders were unable to communicate with one another, reducing the effectiveness of the response on that tragic day, I introduced the Connect First Responders Act, and we created a $150 million grant program and an office at the Department of Homeland Security to ensure ineffective communications never again obstruct emergency response teams working to save lives. We have made important progress over the years, but America is still not as safe as it should be. The sad reality is that we have seen a shocking increase in anti-Semitism and violent hate crimes in the last few years. 3 years ago, I established a $10 million nonprofit security grant program for those outside of Urban Area Security Initiative, or UASI, regions. This meant that nonprofits outside of major metropolitan areas like those in Rockland County, New York, could better protect themselves with increased security capabilities and have greater peace of mind. In FY 2020, this committee successfully quadrupled that funding level to $40 million. Shortly after the FY 2020 spending bill was enacted, a tragic, hate-filled stabbing took place in my district during a Hanukkah celebration. That anti-Semitic attack in Rockland is not an anomaly. What we are experiencing can only be called an epidemic of hate. While nonprofit security grants are not a panacea, I am optimistic that the combined $360 million this mark includes for UASI and non-UASI nonprofit security grants could greatly help to prevent future attacks, particularly those aimed at racial, ethnic, or religious minorities. The bill also addresses other growing crises. The toll of the coronavirus pandemic is unprecedented. As a nation, we have lost more than 138,000 lives due to COVID-19, more than 18% of whom were New Yorkers. Our first responders continue to go above and beyond, many making the ultimate sacrifice in service to their communities and country. These last several months have made it clear that we must do more to safeguard the American people from the real, man-made, and natural threats we face. To that end, the mark includes $10.6 billion for FEMA, including $5.6 billion for the Disaster Relief Fund, and $3.6 billion for federal assistance programs, such as the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program and the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. This bill as a whole will strengthen our security and keep Americans safe while upholding our American values of fairness and respect. Strong investments in modern, effective technologies will improve Homeland Security missions from cybersecurity and disaster preparedness to border and maritime security. It also provides resources to meet the humanitarian needs of migrants and critically, it prohibits the administration from raiding funds for the president's wasteful border wall. Again, I thank Chairwoman Roybal Allard and Ranking Member Fleischman for their work and would like to recognize the Homeland Security Subcommittee majority staff led by Derek Newby and my congressional office staffer, Faye Rabin, and former staffer Jennifer Becker-Polay. Thank you. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks. Ms. Granger.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the subcommittee chairwoman and the ranking member for their leadership on the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. All of our states and communities are experiencing a public health crisis, and the Department of Homeland Security is one of the agencies on the front line. During these challenging times, the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security have continued their mission at the ports of entry along the border and in our communities, responding to emergencies and saving lives across the nation. That's why I'm particularly concerned about some of the choices made in this bill. The department has demonstrated continuously how important it is that they have the resources to protect our nation from threats. The best way to honor their work, especially in these trying times, is to adequately fund the programs supported by the department. We must do whatever and everything we can to make their jobs easier, not add further challenges and complications. I'm particularly concerned that no funds are made available for construction of the wall along the southwest border. Not only does the bill exclude the $2 billion requested, it prevents any other federal funding from being spent for this purpose and also rescinds funds previously made available for the wall. Almost 800,000 people illegally crossed the southwest border in the fiscal year 2019. The vast majority of them entered by simply stepping over the boundary between Mexico and the United States. They were very likely aided by criminal organizations that make a business out of moving people and illegal goods across the border. These trafficking and smuggling operations only serve to line the pockets of these criminals, leaving countless victims in their wake. Defunding the wall is the worst step we could possibly take if we're serious about securing our borders. Once again, this bill attempts to stop the department's ability to uphold immigration laws by limiting funds for immigration and customs enforcement. Reducing the funding for ICE beds does nothing more than limit the number of criminals detained. We can't starve ICE out of critical resources to the point that it is unable to implement and enforce the laws on the books. This will only make our country less safe. I want to work to resolve these issues and craft a Homeland Security bill that both addresses our most pressing needs and can be signed into law by the President. In closing, I want to thank the members of the subcommittee and the staff for their work on this very important and complex bill. These are life and death matters for everyone in our country, and we must continue our efforts to find common ground. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to extend my congratulations to Chairwoman Roybal Allard and Ranking Member Fleischman. I know that the Homeland Appropriations Bill is the most critically and politically challenging of our 12 bills, but I believe the mark that is under consideration today demonstrates that this committee is rising to the unprecedented challenge that is the Trump administration. This bill shows that we will not tolerate an executive branch that continues to flippantly defy Congress. I'm pleased to see that the bill eliminates transfer authority for DHS and eliminates most reprogramming authority, and it includes no money for the border wall. DHS, and it shouldn't. DHS has grown increasingly brazen in its manipulation of its transfer and reprogramming authorities to dramatically expand deportation efforts in contravention of congressional intent. This is why we can't have nice things. I'm particularly grateful that you included stronger language to protect sponsor applicants from deportation. I was among those who pushed for this change because this administration has been looking for ways to circumvent federal appropriations law and deport those who come forward to give homes to unaccompanied children. The stronger language in this bill would put an end to that deceitful practice. I'm also glad that the bill includes mine and others' requests to prevent deportation proceedings against children using information provided during counseling sessions, as well as my request to prevent the administration from blocking members of Congress from visiting detention facilities. Further, the bill includes $5.5 million from the Hero Child Rescue Corps, which hires veterans to combat child sexual exploitation. The mark also includes critical funding for nonprofit security grants, which can help nonprofits and places of worship protect against violent extremist threats. I'm also proud that the report includes language that directs ICE to publicly report info on transgender detainees, language that provides for better care of unaccompanied minors detained in the interior of the country, and language that directs CBP to be much more proactive about notifying Congress about the horrible deaths in its custody. All this language shouldn't need to be there, but unfortunately this administration has proven that it has to be. Thank you, Madam Chair, the Ranking Member, for your excellent work. I look forward to supporting this legislation and to continuing to stand up for people who have no voice along with you. I yield back.
Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I also want to thank Chairwoman Royal Allard for the wonderful work her and her staff has done, along with the Ranking Member Fleischman. I know this is a very difficult bill. We understand that, but we found a lot of balance. Just want to talk about a couple things that I want to thank you for adding. One is no funding for the wall. Just to make sure everybody understands, in the last 3 years, we've only done 3 miles of new miles of fencing. So we want to make sure we don't do that. Also want to thank you also for adding the specific protections that affect my district, in particular 2 new ones. Any site that's on a National Register of Historic Places that would protect places like San Ignacio in my area. And also I want to say also on the manager's amendment, we're going to be adding the Sacred Heart Children's Home in Laredo, Texas, and thank you so much for that. I want to thank you also, Madam Chair, for the $531 million in technology to protect our border. Technology is very, very important. I want to thank you also for the new CBP officers. Those are the men and women in blue that we're hiring for our ports, along with the act specialists that we're also hiring to make sure that we properly man our bridges. Finally, I want to say two things. One, thank you for adding the language for the support and funding for outbound inspections. There are guns, high-powered guns that go from the United States into Mexico that the drug cartels are using to kill thousands of their own people, the Mexican citizens. So thank you for that, so we can stop the illegal firearms and currency that goes back and funds the criminal organizations. And finally, thank you for the $150 million for the Emergency Food Shelter Grant Program. Again, a very balanced bill. Thank you for the hard work that you and the Ranking Member have done. Thank you so much.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize... Oh, Mr. Lauro, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let me just say a thank you to Chairman Roybal Allard and Ranking Member Fleischman for their hard work in producing this bill. I want to say a thank you to the Chairwoman for including bill language that will help homeowners in Connecticut and around the country to be able to resubmit requests for assistance related to the removal of debris from an owner-occupied private residence or property for a major disaster. On May 15, 2018, the state of Connecticut was hit with tornadoes and supercell thunderstorms, leaving homeowners in New Haven and Fairfield counties with tremendous damage to their homes and properties. The storm, which produced an F1 tornado, snapped 1,800 utility poles and downed 300 miles of power lines, leaving as many as 180,000 customers without power. And there were several fatalities as well. While the President formally declared a state of emergency for New Haven and Fairfield counties, the Trump administration declined to offer individual assistance through FEMA. There are still homeowners in my district that face costs of up to $70,000 for debris and tree removal, which homeowners insurance does not cover because in this instance it did not cause damage to their structure, and this is unacceptable. Finally, Madam Chair, I want to say thank you for for including extensive report language that directs CBP to implement the basic standards of care outlined in the evidence-based public health bill, the Humanitarian Standards for Individuals in CBP Custody Act, which passed the House in July 2019 with bipartisan support. I was proud to join Congressman Dr. Ruiz, who has been a vocal and a tenacious advocate for achieving these critical standards and leading more than 40 of our colleagues in requesting this language. These standards include ensuring that every detainee in their custody receives an initial health screening by a medical professional and to provide appropriate health care, has access to not less than 1 gallon of water per person per day and 3 meals per day, and that every facility is well lit and well ventilated, with the humidity and the temperature kept at comfortable levels. Our American values, our moral conscience, and our Constitution require us to treat all individuals humanely, and these standards allow us to do just that. I strongly support the 2021 DHS Appropriations Bill. I thank the Chairwoman and the Ranking Member for their leadership to ensure that we are meeting the humanitarian needs of migrants and investing in smart, effective security and programs proven to keep Americans safe. And I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Roybal Allard to offer a manager's amendment. People really want out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a bipartisan manager's amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Clerk will read the amendment. Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Unless there are any questions on the various items, I urge the committee's prompt adoption of the amendment.
Ranking Member Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. I thank her. We've participated in negotiating the language that included the amendment, and we support its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Everyone is ready to leave. I recognize Ms. Roybal Allard for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask everybody to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does the member from California rise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Aguilar 1, and I would like to ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Mr. Aguilar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment seeks to right a wrong. I appreciate the member from Texas working with me on this issue, something that we've all worked on. Because right now, hundreds of thousands of young immigrants living in this country whose futures have been thrown into jeopardy by the Trump administration. DACA recipients and TPS holders are building lives in this country. They have careers, families, and businesses here. They're first responders on the front lines of this pandemic and are helping to keep our country and economy moving forward in a moment of crisis. This amendment simply codifies what we already know to be true, that their home is here. Our amendment would prevent the Department of Homeland Security from detaining and deporting DACA and TPS recipients, ensuring they can live without fear of being torn away from the lives that they've created here. I'm proud that this amendment has bipartisan support because it's not an issue of Democrat versus Republican. It's an issue of right versus wrong. I urge my colleagues to do what's right for these young people and to support this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Hurd, the co-sponsor of the amendment, seeks recognition.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. DACA recipients have come to the U.S. through no fault of their own and are now building businesses, paying taxes, or going to school. These dreamers have built their lives here. They're contributing to our communities, our economy, and right now, more than 200,000 dreamers are working on the front lines fighting COVID-19. As my colleague from California has said, this amendment will prevent federal dollars from being used to remove, detain, or deny work authorization of dreamers who should be allowed to stay in America. For too long, their lives have hung in the balances as the courts and others decide their futures. Congress needs to act to implement a permanent legislative solution for these DACA recipients. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I encourage Speaker Pelosi and Leader McConnell to work together for bipartisan and bicameral permanent action on DACA. And Madam Chairwoman, I'd just like to also add, I want to thank all the Appropriations Committee staff from both sides of the aisle for their hard work and countless hours on working on this legislation. And I'd like to thank my good friend from California as well. I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member.
Mr. Diaz-Balart seeks recognition.
Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise to support this amendment, and I thank the gentleman for supporting it and for bringing it up. As was mentioned, these are folks that didn't make the choice to come here. They were brought as minors. And therefore, the U.S. should not and will not deport these individuals, and so that's why I'm glad that this amendment was brought up. I just do want to make one quick point, which is some of us, including, by the way, the two members who have sponsored this amendment, have been leaders in many, many discussions and negotiations over the years to finally have a legislative permanent fix for these individuals, a fix that will, again, it has to be a legislative fix that will adhere to the rule of law, that will secure our national security, that will help our economy, and that will once and for all finally have a pathway, not just so that they're not deported, but so that they can totally be part of this great society, which is their country, as you just mentioned. So I look forward to continuing working with Mr. Aguilar. Unfortunately, Mr. Hurd will not be here next session, which is a real loss. But Mr. Aguilar, I look forward to working with you, somebody who I trust and greatly respect, because we need a permanent legislative, which has to be bipartisan negotiated solution. I know where your heart is, but I think we need to, you and I and others, have to redouble our efforts. So thank you for bringing this up. I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
If there is no further debate, yes, Ms. Roybal-Allard is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Okay. Madam Chair, I support this amendment. We need a long-term solution for DACA and TPS recipients, but until we do, they and their families and their communities deserve the peace of mind of knowing they will not be detained, deported, or denied work authorization. The language provides stability by ensuring DACA and TPS eligible individuals are protected from any attempts by the administration to take harmful action on its own without any input from Congress. And I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And if there is no further debate, the member, Mr. Aguilar from California, is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
I appreciate the bipartisan support that this amendment has, and I would ask our colleagues' support. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from Tennessee rise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Request the reading be waived, Madam Chair.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I am pleased about many parts of this bill, the lack of funds for continued construction of the border wall and the financial crippling of the enforcement and removal operations at ICE are unacceptable. I've had the chance to visit the border, and the subcommittee has heard from the Acting Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, as well as border agents and officers on the front lines. This wall is necessary in so many places along the southwest border. It's necessary for the safety of the agents, and it is an effective asset against transnational criminal organizations and their trafficking and smuggling enterprises. The statistics show that where you have a wall, you have no crossings. It works, and I would like to see us continue the program supported by CBP. Another area of great concern is once again the funding levels for ICE and the lack of funds flexibility. ICE needs to be able to carry out their responsibilities of detaining and transporting people back to their countries after being issued a lawful order of removal. Further, ICE is the law enforcement agency charged with the responsibility of repatriating convicted criminals back to their countries. We absolutely must fund the agency to allow them to adequately and responsibly do those missions which are set out in law. Putting partisan politics aside, we must agree that there is a need to protect our border and the men and women who work there. Additionally, we need to provide ICE the funds and flexibility it needs to enforce our laws, and severely reducing resources for detention beds will not allow them to do that. Further, it sends the wrong message to criminals and migrant traffickers who are keenly aware of our detention capability and policies. With the knowledge that many of those detained will be released, it only encourages these criminal organizations to instigate a further migration push, potentially putting us in the same situation as last year's migration crisis. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I thank you, and I yield back my time.
Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would strike the specific appropriation for ICE's enforcement and removal operations, a provision I included to ensure that congressional intent is not ignored given ICE's past transgressions and willful disregard for Congress's role in allocating, funding, and conducting oversight. My language also ensures the other missions within ICE are not cannibalized in order to deliver on the President's overly aggressive immigration enforcement agenda. Nothing in this bill prevents the Department from seeking emergency supplemental funding should an unforeseen crisis warrant such action. However, with increases to the Alternatives to Detention program, this bill provides significant flexibility for ICE to carry out its immigration enforcement mission in a more humane and cost-effective manner. The amendment would also remove a withholding of funds for the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor until the Secretary can certify that he is ensuring meaningful access to counsel for those in DHS custody and providing Know Your Rights presentations to migrants. These provisions do not change a migrant's eligibility for asylum or any other benefit or relief, nor does it prevent ICE from accessing necessary funds to execute its mission. The withhold can be easily and quickly lifted by secretaries simply doing the right thing, providing access to counsel and Know Your Rights briefings. Section 211, which this amendment proposes to strike, bars the use of federal funds for construction of physical barriers unless Congress explicitly appropriates funding for that purpose. Again, it is a matter of protecting Congress's most important institutional authority, the power of the purse. Meanwhile, the FY19 Border Security Improvement Plan is now 1 year overdue, and the Department has still not complied with statutory requirements to provide life cycle cost estimates alternative analysis, and assessments of the effects of infrastructure deployment in communities and properties owners. For these reasons and many more, I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support Ranking Member Fleischman's amendment. After multiple and continuing resolutions and a historic government shutdown last year, it's disappointing that we are still talking about not only a lack of funding for the wall, but a complete reversal on previous negotiations. Moving backward will only lead us down an unsafe path and jeopardize our nation's security. The wall works plain and simple. I've been to the border many times alongside military and agency leaders, and I have observed the challenges posed by the various types of terrain. It is clear to me that a wall enables Border Patrol agents to more effectively and safely do their jobs. Unfortunately, we all know that a lack of funding in this bill is going to provoke a veto threat, since there is zero chance the President will sign this legislation into its current form. I also support this amendment because it removes the arbitrary limits imposed on ICE. Without this amendment, the agency would be stopped from enforcing the laws it is supposed to uphold. Severely restricting funds for ICE detention beds only further hinders our nation's primary immigration enforcement agency with carrying out the congressionally mandated duties. The funding level in this bill for ICE do not even provide enough money for the number of beds we currently use. I urge my colleagues to support the laws of the books by adopting this amendment. This amendment will restore the funds and flexibility ICE needs to enforce our laws, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Tennessee is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the reasons already articulated, I think, over the past few days and today, I urge a yes vote in adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman.
Aye.
Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. No. Mr. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano.
No.
Mr. Serrano, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, no. Ms. Watsman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the member from California rise?
Madam Chair,
Allowed.
Madam Chair, Mr. Pocan and I have an amendment at the desk labeled Roybal-Allard Amendment Number 1.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the member from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chair, international students offer necessary cultural enrichment and diversification at our colleges and universities, and these schools and their communities also rely on their presence for financial stability. In March, ICE provided guidance to colleges, universities, and students, temporarily waiving the requirement for in-person casework, leaving room for schools to transition to online classes to protect the health of their students, faculty, and staff. On July 6th, ICE updated its guidance to revoke this flexibility, requiring F1 and M1 non-immigrant students to either attend in-person classes or leave the country. I received numerous calls and emails from concerned schools and students and from my fellow colleagues about the needlessly detrimental impact ICE's new policy will have. I am guessing that most, if not all of you, received similar calls. Well, ICE has stated it will rescind the July 6th updated guidance. Our amendment will ensure that the flexibilities provided in ICE's March guidance remain in effect, including for new students. It is the right thing to do, and it provides the necessary assurances to the schools and students who will benefit from this program. It's true the bill may not be enacted in time to provide such protection before the start of the fall semester, but the pandemic will be with us for some time to come. It is also important for us to send a strong signal to the administration that any attempts to weaken the international student programs should not stand. I urge my colleagues to join us and support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Pocan, the co-sponsor of the amendment, seeks recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the Chairwoman's amendment, which would prevent the administration from changing its mind again and going ahead with a racist policy that would result in the expulsion of international students in the Student and Exchange Visitor Program. Earlier this month, the Trump administration announced a plan to require F1 and M1 visa holders to take classes in person this fall in order to remain in the country. Given that COVID-19 is raging across the country due to President Trump's failure to lead, it is unconscionable that he would consider forcing anyone to choose between potentially risking their health by attending classes in person or be forced to leave their studies. Wisconsin is proud to host many international students at UW-Madison and other institutions across the state. We must prevent the president from targeting international students during this pandemic and I thank the chairwoman for her leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The order which originally inspired this amendment was rescinded yesterday afternoon, so there's no longer a need for that. International students with current visas continue living in the United States while attending school, even if the classes are online due to the coronavirus outbreak. However, this amendment before us extends the waiver for online learning to new applicants, students that haven't even started school in the U.S. or moved here. While I sympathize with those students who are caught in limbo due to the unforeseen circumstances of the coronavirus, legislating a waiver to new visa applicants creates a situation where we are no longer reacting to a pandemic, but disregarding the under-yielding law. I urge a no vote to the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The clerk would like to clarify this is Roybal Allard number 2.
Number 2.
If there is no further debate, the member from California is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, this issue is an easy problem to avoid by continuing the sensible compromise that ICE itself promoted just a few months ago. Let's do the right thing for these students, for these schools, and for their communities. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from North Carolina rise?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment of the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Ask that it be dispensed with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to join others in thanking Chairwoman Roybal Allard and Ranking Member Fleischman for their work on this bill. This is a tough bill to work on collaboratively, but they've done a good job of going as far as they can to find agreement and then making clear disagreements beyond that. It's been a collaborative and thoughtful process, bipartisan in many ways. It's an unusual appropriations season, so this is quite an achievement. This has become probably our toughest bill, so I really do take a tip of the hat to our leaders for the way this has been presented to us. The bill is fraught, and it has become, I remember in my early days as ranking member and chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, I remember this was often the first bill we considered the easiest one to pass and get through. It often became a vehicle for other bills. So now the situation is quite different, and it's not too hard to figure out why. The issue of immigration and the extent to which this administration has gone in cruel and arbitrary immigration policies, this bill inevitably becomes a flashpoint for those policies. And my amendment is attempting to deal with some of this today in terms of policies that we need to reverse and that with appropriate action on the part of this subcommittee can reverse. We haven't seen anything like this before. The current administration and its Homeland Security Department are producing policies and regulation and executive orders at an alarming rate that are just directly contrary to our nation's values and to our history as a nation of immigrants. Despite the humanitarian crises we face across the globe, including our own southern border, President Trump's doubling down on new and punitive actions against immigrants and those who are fleeing violence. He's putting thousands of lives in danger by refusing immigrants entry into our nation while simultaneously cutting humanitarian relief and development assistance designed to improve conditions back in their home countries. He's doing both, and it's having devastating effects. This administration has narrowed the base for asylum claims and has instituted multiple policies designed to virtually halt the flow of refugees into this country. They've attempted to rescind the DACA program and TPS designations. They've taken on indiscriminate enforcement actions against immigrants, and the list goes on. My amendment targets some of these actions. It would prevent federal funds from being used for the following policies. The policy rule designed to essentially prevent anyone from seeking asylum in our nation. The harmful Remain in Mexico policy, which forces asylum seekers to wait in dangerous border towns for their hearing with little or no oversight. The blatantly discriminatory travel ban. Fourthly, the asylum cooperative agreement to rapidly expel asylum seekers from the U.S. to countries where many have no recourse to seek protection based on credible fear. Fifth, guidance that universalizes enforcement priority, making every undocumented immigrant, potentially an equal priority for removal. Sixth, a nonsensical policy that could require citizenship applicants to attend their interviews at a different CIS office than where they originally applied. And finally, the U.S. CBP personnel to conduct credible fear and reasonable fear interviews to determine those situations. That's a sensitive job, and it should be left to trained asylum officers. Now, the list could go on. This is by no means an exhaustive list. It would take dozens of pages to enumerate a comprehensive list. But this amendment is just a small sample of the numerous anti-government actions taken by this president and his administration in the past 3.5 years, abandoning the promise of America as a source of refuge for those escaping persecution and oppression. The estimated cost of this amendment is $50 million, and it is fully offset. I urge support for the amendment.
Ms. DeLauro. Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I support the Price Amendment. I did not include these funding limitations in the subcommittee bill because I know they are controversial and because there is a tradition on the Homeland Security Subcommittee to avoid controversial new general provisions at the subcommittee stage. But the funding prohibitions contained in this amendment are extremely important. And I think it is appropriate for us here today to communicate very clearly that the administration's policies addressed by the amendment should not stand. There are many other harmful administration policies that I know the gentleman would like to have addressed in his amendment, but the need for funding offsets was a constraining factor. I urge support for the amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise respectfully in very strong opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Amendments such as this bring about more partisan rhetoric in the broad immigration discussion and end up aggravating the immigration challenges we are seeing at the border. As the chair alluded to in her remarks, she purposely left these things out of the main bill in an attempt to avoid these type of partisan issues. Of note is of the fact that the amendment seeks to restrict all federal funding for a multitude of programs put forth by this administration. But the price of restricting funding for these activities ends up scoring upwards of $50 million against the bill. In short, it's a non-starter. We need to work together to find joint solutions that create effective border and immigration policies, not just to continue to push partisan agendas that we know won't succeed. I respectfully urge a no vote from my colleagues, and I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support for Mr. Price's amendment to block 8 of the administration's misguided and cruel policies that harm immigrants, asylees, and refugees seeking to come to the United States. I would like to comment briefly on the Remain in Mexico policy. This January, I visited the camp at Matamoros with several of the members in this room, and I left heartbroken with serious concerns about the safety and health of those who were essentially trapped there, particularly children. We encountered critically ill children and adults who have been denied entry, standing on the bridge seeking our help. And between myself, Mrs. Capter, Congresswoman Barragan, and Congressman Castro and Lujan, we walked a Swedish child with Down syndrome in need of heart surgery and her family across the bridge, demanding their case be reconsidered. She had family in Philadelphia, and the doctors were ready to perform the surgery. And while we were successful, and this girl was able to get the medical care she needed that had been waiting in Philadelphia, it should not have taken 5 members of Congress to secure her entry into the United States. And I shudder when I think of the days when members of Congress are not there to help, when we know there are individuals and children just as sick. And now, in the face of a global pandemic, the reports from Matamoros are heartbreaking. What did we see when we were there? We saw people sleeping on the ground. We saw those who had a tent in those tents, and what we found out was that at night, mothers lock their kids or zip their kids in the tent, and they wait outside all night long because they're fearful of the danger that might be wrought on their kids. We saw people, they bathe in the Rio Grande. They have limited health care. The Remain in Mexico policy is a policy of out of sight, out of mind. And it is time to shine a light on U.S. policy. The MPP program is cruel. It is inhumane. We are better than this. And while the United States federal government takes no responsibility and Mexico takes no responsibility, the U.S. Congress should take responsibility. This president and Stephen Miller are to blame. This amendment blocks implementation of these cruel and inhumane policies, and I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose the gentleman's amendment. This amendment effectively seeks to cut all federal funding from every immigration-related policy this administration has implemented. It also prohibits ICE from executing many immigration laws presently on the books. The Congress does need to come together to review our immigration laws with input and consensus from all sides. But this amendment is far from that. It draws a hard line aimed at abolishing immigration laws currently in place. There are important issues that should be considered and drafted by the authorizing committees, not in this committee today. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, the member from North Carolina is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, the main argument against this amendment seems to be that I'm somehow engaging in partisan rhetoric. I don't think I'm a member known for his partisan rhetoric, but that charge does lead me to ask the question, is there nothing worth raising your voice about in this administration's immigration policy? And also, what about defining this as a matter of partisanship? These policies have not been Republican policies until this president came along. I don't hear anyone defending today, or really not very common to hear a defense of this virtual shutting off of our country to refugees, to seekers of asylum. to these indiscriminate enforcement raids, to this cruel remain in Mexico policy. I don't hear defenses of that. Let's, and if that's the new partisan reality, then I guess that's what we're dealing with. But I would hope not. I would hope not. I would hope that we won't be waved off by charges of partisanship, that we'll look at this on its merits and we'll look at an errant administration for what it is and do what we can do on this committee to deny funding for policies that most certainly should be denied. I ask for a vote for the amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from North Carolina. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. You want a roll call?
Calls for roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amidei. Mr. Amidei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry.
No.
Mr. Fortenberry, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy.
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano.
Aye.
Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Visclosky. Mr. Visclosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will
Madam Chair.
tally.
Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves, no.
The clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 22, The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from Texas rise? Mr. Cuellar. The clerk will read the amendment.
Which number?
Which number is that?
That is the H-2A visa, whatever number that might be.
So Cuellar number 1.
Number 1? Cuellar number 1? Is that it?
Yes, amendment to Homeland Security Appropriations Bill offered by Mr. Cuellar of Texas and Mr. Newhouse of Washington. Cuellar number 1.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member for Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would like to direct your attention to December of 2019, where we voted on Representative Laughlin's Ag Modernization Bill, where every single member on the Democratic side voted for this provision. I emphasize, every single member on the Democratic side voted for this provision on the H-2A visa. Now, there are some provisions that as we go through the process, and I'm not going to ask for a record vote and ask for passage of this, that I will work with Laughlin's office to get some of the provisions in, but this is basically the same thing. What I would ask is that you consider this H-2A visa. Basically, these are jobs that are very difficult. My parents were migrant workers, and first I'll say, give the jobs to an American, do that job, but if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we got to have some guest workers that will come in to do it. So I would ask members to consider this amendment and ask you to work with me as we go through the process and making sure that we add a balance between the unions and the employers to get to this point. But I would ask you to support this Cuellar number 1 amendment. And with that,
Mr. Newhouse, the co-sponsor, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And also want to take an opportunity to thank Subcommittee Chair Roybal Allard, as well as Ranking Member Fleshman, for tremendous work on this bill that we have before us today. So Mr. Cuellar and I have done this before. We've introduced this amendment, I think, 3 times over the last few years. And each time, we as a committee have passed this amendment by voice, and I hope that today we can do the same thing. Just let me say, our nation's farmers and ranchers work hard every single day to ensure that all of us have a safe and nutritious food supply. I have always said that farm workers are essential workers, and that is truer today than ever. Agriculture is essential. Farmers and farm workers work very hard to ensure that our grocery stores are stocked with the food that we need to sustain ourselves and our families here in this country and around the world. Certainly through this pandemic, many industries have been literally turned upside down. Agriculture has not escaped these challenges that we see. As we move through this period of time, our farmers and ranchers are doing what they have always done. They adapt, they innovate, and they produce the food that many Americans, frankly, up until now, have largely taken for granted. But I'm here to tell you that without a reliable and legal workforce, agriculture cannot continue to produce the food necessary to protect our security. So as you just heard from Mr. Cuellar, to that point, this amendment is simple. It just clarifies that all of agriculture may use the important visa program known as H-2A. With modern ag techniques and the advancement of technology, the seasonality that used to define agriculture really no longer exists. And as more and more fresh produce is produced in different ways, harvests do occur on a year-round basis. More specifically, many of you have, say, the dairy industry in your district. This would allow the important dairy industry to be able to access this program, as well as other segments of agriculture. This amendment will frankly not go as far as we need to, but it's a common sense, bipartisan measure that will simply ensure, as I said, all of agriculture to be able to utilize the H-2A program. And as you heard from Mr. Cuellar, last year, many of us in this room supported the reform effort that we're talking about through the Farm Work Modernization Act, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. This amendment was a central provision of that bill, and it's become even more necessary now as we work to ensure that all of us continue to have enough food to feed their families throughout this pandemic. Our nation, our industry relies on a strong legal workforce, and I urge my colleagues to once again support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I am in opposition to the amendment. While I am sympathetic to the gentleman's attempt to solve a real problem facing their constituents, I do not believe this funding bill is the appropriate place to do that. There are a number of equities that need to be carefully balanced in resolving this problem, and that work should be left in the hands of the authorizing committee. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
If there is no further debate, the member from Texas is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate this bipartisan work with Mr. Newhouse. Again, members, I emphasize December of 2019, 260 members voted in favor, which means Democrats and Republicans voted in favor against 165. Every single Democrat in this room voted in favor. There were only 3 Democrats or none that are not in the appropriations that voted against. I would ask you to please consider this. I will continue working with employers and with the unions to get to this, but this is important to make this program available for year-round agriculture work and having this for the dairy industry. Again, food doesn't just magically appear on a table. Somebody has to put the hard work. With that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from New York rise? Ms. Meng.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
First, allow me to add to the gratitude and the appreciation shown for Nita Lowy, our chairwoman, and my fellow delegation member from my home state of New York. I just want to say thank you for your years of efforts to make New York and our country a better place for so many. You have really been such a diplomatic, compassionate, and effective leader. And I want to thank you for always being willing to listen, always willing to share your opinion and share your advice with so many of us. When I was first a freshman here in Congress, I remember coming here and thinking, when I grow up, I want to be a congresswoman just like Nita Lowy. And you truly exemplify what a true leader is, in that you not only say and do the right thing in front of people, but also when no one else is watching. So thank you so much, Nita. Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would make available the unused family-sponsored and employment-sponsored visas and diversity visas for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. I'm proud to represent one of the country's most ethnically diverse regions, Queens, New York, a place where immigrant communities thrive. Many have heard about Elmhurst Hospital in my district when Elmhurst became the nexus of the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic. This is an area where more than 125 different languages and dialects are spoken, and where many essential workers call home. Many immigrants living in my district and other parts of New York City and across the country are essential workers. Immigrants' work has always been essential, even before this pandemic. But this pandemic has underscored the significant contributions immigrants bring, especially those who provide essential services across a variety of industries: healthcare, janitorial work, first responders, transportation, food, agriculture, supermarkets, and many others. The value immigrants have brought and continue to bring to the U.S. is remarkable. The vibrant, multicultural nation that we see today is in part due to our current family-based and employment-sponsored immigration system and diversity visa program. Furthermore, over the last few decades, the vast majority of immigrants coming to the U.S. through these means are underrepresented people of color. To ensure diversity in our immigration system, Congress rightly created the Diversity Visa Program, a program that cultivates immeasurable goodwill within our global community. The Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA, creates a clear statutory framework for the issuance and allocation of family-based and employment-based green cards. Specifically, it allocates 480,000 visas annually for family-sponsored categories, 140,000 visas annually for employment-sponsored categories, and 55,000 for diversity visas. Due to the coronavirus pandemic and curtailing of immigration operations both abroad, at our embassies and consulates, and at USCIS, only a fraction of these visa allocations is being or will be used by the end of our current fiscal year. Coronavirus is exacerbating an already lengthy process for immigrants. I have constituents who've waited for over a decade for their employment-sponsored visas to be available. Consequently, they cannot accept work promotions or accept any job offers. I have other constituents with children who are going to age out because they've been waiting for their family-sponsored visas to be available. Consequently, these children may have to start a whole new immigration application and then go through another lengthy process while being separated from their families. Our current U.S. immigration policy governing lawful permanent immigration emphasizes principles of family reunification, immigration of persons with needed skills, and country of origin diversity. It's critical that we preserve these principles. Failure to do so would undermine the central moral tenet of family-based immigration and limit diversity amongst new immigrants, as well as limit the growth of our economy. I therefore urge the adoption of this amendment.
Ms. Roybal Allard.
Madam Chair, I support this amendment. The global health pandemic has required many sacrifices, and we can argue whether the administration should have reduced the issuance of diversity, family, and employment-based visas as part of its response. But this amendment does not increase the number of immigrant visas beyond what is already contemplated in current law. It simply provides the authority to ensure that any unused visas can be issued in FY21 if they are not issued this year. This is a common sense and pragmatic amendment to avoid exacerbating the harms coming from this health crisis. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
If there is no further debate, the member from New York is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Once again, Madam Chair, I'll just note that our country prides itself as a nation of immigrants, its diversity and its policies to preserve family reunification. This pandemic has uprooted every facet of our nation and everyone's lives. It has complicated an already lengthy immigration process. Let us help make it right. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from Maine rise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Page 2, line 15, decrease the first dollar amount by $7 million.
Move that reading be dispensed with.
The Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the member from Maine is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the chair and the ranking member for the hard work they did on this often very difficult committee work, and I do appreciate that. I'm pleased to offer this amendment with my colleagues Dr. Harris and Congressman Cuellar. This amendment is essentially the same that I offered and the committee adopted last year. It is the same as current law as included in the FY20 Consolidated Appropriations Bill. H-2B visas provide American seasonal businesses, particularly in my home state of Maine, a certified source of labor to meet demand during peak season, when domestic local workers are often not available. You might wonder why we're offering an amendment on foreign work visas in a time of high unemployment. Well, we don't know what the economy will be like in 2021. We should provide all the tools available to help with the recovery. For example, in my home state of Maine, we depend on tourism. Businesses must hire up for the peak season. If Maine's seasonal businesses could hire local American workers, I absolutely know they would. But experience shows that sufficient workers are not always available for seasonal jobs. The economic recovery of regions that rely on seasonal businesses, like my district, may depend on the availability of H-2B workers. For a coastal hotel or restaurant, it will not be able to fully operate and serve customers if it doesn't have enough staff. That hurts many small business owners and American workers, so let's not tie their hands. To be clear, the amendment requires the Departments of Homeland Security and Labor to make a, quote, determination that the needs of American businesses cannot be satisfied in fiscal year 2021 with United States workers who are willing, qualified, and able to perform temporary non-agricultural labor. So the amendment allows for an assessment whether additional temporary foreign work visas are needed. We cannot predict what the economy will be like next year. And of course, we are all hoping to be back to normal. If the economy is good enough and DHS and DOL determine that additional H-2B workers are needed, then more visas will be available. But if not, then they won't. So the amendment does not make new policy. It simply extends current law. And finally, we all agree that reforms are needed to the H-2B program. I support the work of the Judiciary Committee in this regard so that the Appropriations Committee does not have to deal with this anymore. But their work was curtailed by the pandemic. So until that gets done, it is prudent to extend this patch. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
I'm pleased to yield to Dr. Harris, a co-sponsor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would echo the comments of the gentlelady from Maine. This is not prescriptive language, it just allows. I mean, it says they may increase the total number of aliens who may receive a visa, an H-2B visa. We don't know what the economy is going to look like, next summer when these workers are needed. And this would allow, if we determine that we can't fill these jobs either because of skills or availability with temporary American workers, that they'd be filled with temporary foreign workers. Large areas in my district, especially seafood processing, which is actually involves a skill. This is not something that someone can just step into and do. And that industry is being harmed at a time when we shouldn't be harming any industries in the economy. So I would ask for approval of this non-prescriptive language and yield back.
Mr. Cuellar, a co-sponsor, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Ms. Pingree, Mr. Harris also for working together. Members, we've done this before. Basically, we're just giving DHS the authority to approve and limit the number of additional H-2B visa during fiscal year 2021. This is a regional question for a lot of us. I know Mr. Harris has certain industries and Ms. Pingree also, so do I. I have folks also affected. So again, we've done this before. We're asking for a voice vote on this and ask you to approve this particular amendment. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Chair Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I oppose this amendment. This issue is not appropriate for a funding bill and should be addressed by the authorizing committee. Therefore, I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Ruppersberger is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. First thing I want to thank Ms. Pingree, Mr. Cuellar, Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris and I both represent part of the seafood industry in our areas, and we've been working on this for a time. What we're talking about jobs, what Americans won't do because of the seasonality of the work, the remote location, the arduous nature. And I've spoken with countless business people in my district who depend on these workers, especially in the crabbing industry. Specifically, the Department of Homeland Security recognized that fisheries and seafood processors are essential and critical infrastructure workers. Maintaining the domestic seafood chain during this worldwide pandemic. In Maryland alone, the seafood industry is $600 million in the economy. Just ask Dr. Harris. This shouldn't be a shock to anyone if you've ever had Maryland crab. It is unquestionably the best, except nothing less, in your crab cakes. Now, the requirements to participate, that was a joke. But you got it? Got it. Good. Okay. The requirements to participate in the programs are rigid. Employers must promote openings, fill out lengthy paperwork, and pay a prevailing wage. With these requirements in place, this program does not depress wages or reduce employment opportunities for U.S. workers. Business owners have told me they wish they were able to find domestic laborers, but are consistently unable to do so. The H-2B visa program is used as a last resort and in no way undercuts American workers. In fact, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has calculated the H-2B program actually creates over 4.5 upstream or downstream jobs for Americans. These employers simply need workers. Instead of hiring undocumented immigrants, they're doing the right thing, going through the grinding H-2B process. Simply put, this is a pro-business, pro-growth amendment, and I yield back.
If there is no, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, this is related to this amendment, but not specific to it. I just want to raise a point of concern. I am in the midst of fighting big business in Nebraska who would prefer to try to crowd out teenage employment opportunities with temporary labor coming from other places because they find it cheaper. It's not right. It's a complicated question. We have to be very delicate as we approach this. I understand there are labor shortages. I understand that in both the agricultural industries and non-agricultural industries. But once we institutionalize this, it begins to become an institution. And so we have to be very delicate as to how we determine whether or not these jobs that Americans could have, particularly American young people, are being crowded out when we pursue these things. I just raise this as a point of concern, because this is a real issue where I live. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there is no further debate, the member from Maine is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the thoughts of Mr. Fortenberry. I understand your concerns. I would say, judging from my experience in my home state of Maine, seasonal jobs were always something that were filled by teenagers and college students, and of course this is a strange summer. We can't even figure out how things happen, but one of the biggest challenges is that for most college students today and teenagers, they go back to school and business still has to operate in the fall, and that creates an ongoing problem. So that is the source of some of our issues. But I want to thank my colleagues for speaking in favor of this. We'll now ask for a recorded vote and hope that you're all able to be supportive of it. I do appreciate Mr. Ruppersberger's remarks and don't want to cause any controversy in this bill, but when we're able to bring food back to the committee again, perhaps we will have to have a Maine versus Maryland crab tasting just to see whose is actually best. I appreciate the support for this and yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Maine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Did a bee sting you? Is that a bee stung you?
For what purpose? Does the member from New Jersey
You
rise?
sound like the Judge Carter when he's talking, man.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
The clerk will read, oh, okay. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we all know, local budgets across the country have been devastated by the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. But for some, these impacts are compounded by the effects of recent natural disasters. For that reason, I offer this amendment to cancel all outstanding FEMA community disaster loans. Now is not the time to force communities to repay these loans when they are already facing severe budget shortfalls and are struggling to provide basic services. This amendment will provide important relief to communities in my home state of New Jersey that were affected by Superstorm Sandy, but also those affected by other natural disasters as in recent years across the country, including Texas, Florida, Nebraska, and Mississippi. Additionally, the U.S. Virgin Islands and communities in Puerto Rico have received CDLs with extremely restrictive terms in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. With the tourism industry devastated by this pandemic, we must act now to provide this relief so those communities can have the certainty they need to prioritize basic services for their residents. I want to thank Chairwoman Roybal Allard and her staff for their collaboration on this important issue, and I ask for the committee's support on the amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I support this amendment, which would provide relief to communities across the country that are now facing two fiscal calamities: the loss of revenue after a prior disaster and the fiscal cliff they are now facing as a result of the pandemic. I appreciate Ms. Watson-Coleman introducing the amendment. While the New Jersey delegation has taken the lead on this matter, it will assist communities across the country. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have concerns about this amendment, though I thoroughly understand and certainly empathize with the situations each of these localities find themselves in. Even in these unprecedented times, we can't create incentives for communities to take out huge government loans with no intention of ever paying them back. Some of these loans are over 15 years old, and the inability for localities, states, and territories to pay them back are clearly not borne solely by the recent pandemic. Furthermore, we are already in the midst of the 2020 hurricane season, and this amendment essentially creates an open-ended loan forgiveness period through the entirety of what is to be expected to be an above-average hurricane season. For these reasons, I think this amendment could use more refining before inclusion in this bill to address these concerns. Because of these concerns, I reluctantly ask for a no vote from my colleagues. I thank you, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from New Jersey is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. In closing, this amendment is critical to helping local communities that now have been affected by two or more disasters. I hope my colleagues will support this amendment, recognizing the pandemic that we are now experiencing and the income and resource reductions related to it. And I pray that they will support this to help provide much needed relief. I urge a yes vote. I thank you for your consideration, and I do yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from New Jersey. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from Illinois rise? Mr. Quigley.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask the reading be dispensed of.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Madam Chair, my amendment strikes funding for ICE's Citizen Academy programs across the country. These programs has yet to become operational, and with this amendment, it never will. In Chicago, ICE's Office of Enforcement and Removal Operations recently announced a 6-week Citizens Academy pilot program on immigration enforcement that will begin in September.
Oh, boy.
Their language, this program intends to train everyday citizens on how to arrest and detain immigrants. It includes courses on defense tactics, firearms instruction, targeted arrest, which ICE made explicit in its invitation to prospective participants. This simply cannot be understood as a program designed for citizens to learn about a federal law enforcement agency's operation. Instead, it will perpetuate a culture of fear and discrimination that will inevitably lead to increased violence and racial profiling in our communities. It is neither the right nor the responsibility of civilians to carry out immigration enforcement in this country, regardless of how one feels about the administration's policy. I'm deeply opposed personally. We should all agree that federal law enforcement does not need to build up an unofficial citizen police force empowered to treat neighbors with suspicion. Under this administration, ICE and ERO have simply lost the benefit of the doubt, and in many communities, the trust of the American people altogether. I want to thank my fellow colleagues, Representatives Garcia, Schakowsky, Presley, and Ocasio-Cortez, for the letter to the chairs in support of prohibiting the use of funds for any citizen academies within the Department of Homeland Security. For that reason, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Madam Chair, I support this amendment. Without additional information and a full plan, including the impact on resources, the curriculum, and course content, and what activities students will be engaged in, I cannot support this program. Initiating new pilot programs such as this should first be discussed with Congress, and it should be made clear what the course completion certification for this program would mean for participants. I also have concerns about whether the information that will be conveyed will be appropriately balanced. Therefore, I support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. My friend from Chicago is very connected to his community and is an outstanding advocate for his community. However, I think we're being too quick to judge this initiative. The FBI has successfully operated a Citizen Academy program in many cities across the country for years, welcoming people from a variety of sectors across the communities. This is a new endeavor for ICE, proposed at the local level in Chicago and modeled after the FBI Citizen Academy program. I find it interesting that we are quick to condemn the classes even before the first meeting to find out what's covered. More often, we hear that ICE does not communicate with communities where they work, so I find this idea to be a step in the right direction. I urge a no vote from my colleagues, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Illinois is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gentleman, the ranking member, he's right. If done right, citizens' academies can be productive. But I think in the best case scenario in this situation, this particular program was not thought out. The worst case scenario, they were caught speeding. Especially during a pandemic, do we want the uncertainty of going forward with a program like this with little or no information? I believe not, and I encourage a yes vote.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from Texas rise? Mr. Cuellar.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment on the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Members, this particular amendment deals with an agreement that Congress and ICE have had for many years dealing with private immigration bills. What this does is make sure that Congress has adequate time to consider and pass private immigration bills. It's been a long-standing agreement with ICE that they would temporarily defer the removal of a private bill beneficiary if the chair of the Judiciary Committee, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, if they send a letter to ICE for requesting an investigative report on the beneficiary. This agreement is very simple. It doesn't affect the merits of any bill. It doesn't touch anything. All it does is that it allows Congress to have sufficient time to consider in a consensus or in a bipartisan way enact private legislation. I think since 2007, there's been only 4 immigration bills, private bills have passed. So all we're doing is asking that they give us the time like it's been for so many years. This policy changed in 2017 when ICE changed the longstanding agreement regarding the deferment of the removal of a private bill beneficiary, where they basically said that instead of giving Congress the time that they've gone for years, that is to March 15th of the next Congress, they basically gave Congress 6 months and maybe with the possibility of a 90-day extension. Not even us do we pass a appropriation by September 30th, that is in 9 months. It's very hard to do. So all we're doing is just saying, give Congress sufficient time to consider a bill. Doesn't affect the merit of anything. It just deals with giving us enough time to consider a private bill. And if Congress decides to do it, then we move forward on that. With that, I yield back, reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized. Oh, excuse me. Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Madam Chair, I support this amendment. I understand the gentleman from Texas is offering this amendment at the urging of the Chairwoman of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship. Prior to this administration, a long-standing bipartisan agreement was in place with ICE to temporarily defer removal of an individual to ensure that Congress has sufficient time to consider private legislation in those few instances that warranted such action. This decades-old agreement was working well until this administration unilaterally struck it without consulting Congress or taking into consideration the lengthy process for passing private bills. This amendment simply reinstates the decades-long bipartisan and disciplined process that had been in effect for years. I urge the support for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to my friend's amendment, gentleman from Texas. This amendment would mandate that ICE issue a stay of removal for alien beneficiaries of private immigration bills, regardless of whether Congress has the intent to act on the underlying private bill. Prior to mid-2017, DHS would grant a stay of removal for private bill beneficiaries if the chair of the Judiciary Committee requested one. That stay would remain in effect until March of the next Congress. The result of such a policy was that foreign nationals in removal proceedings would get a continuously renewed de facto legal status if they could simply get a senator to introduce a private bill on their behalf. In 2017, ICE changed its policy so that a request from the Judiciary Chair for a stay of removal for a private bill beneficiary could result only in a 90-day stay, with the possibility of a one-time 90-day extension. The current policy ensures that Congress feels that the pressure to actually act on a private bill, as opposed to simply obtaining a stay for the beneficiary without any intent of moving the bill. The private immigration bill process has had a tarnished past. It was abused in the past by members to curry political favors. Perhaps the most infamous case came to light during the Abscam scandal in 1980. Our House Judiciary Committee Republican and Democratic colleagues are to be commended for their longstanding bipartisan agreement aimed at preventing abuse of the private immigration bill process. Taking away the discretion of ICE to issue a stay is not the right path, nor is tying the hands of future administrations trying to enforce immigration law. The current policy is reasonable. It provides Congress ample time to move a private bill. This amendment would roll back DHS discretion and promote abuse of the private bill process. I respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from...
Madam Chair.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Cole is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to share a personal experience that I had with this type of legislation. It's only happened once in my career. When I got elected in 2002, there was an ongoing case that former Congressman J.C. Watts was dealing with, and he'd been working it for about a year, and it involved a young lady from the war-torn area of Bosnia that had been adopted by an American service family while they were in Germany. And it took a long time for them to be able to bring her into the United States. So he asked me when I got elected, would I take up the case? Senator Nichols was working it in the United States. And it took another year to get it done. But we did get it done. And so, number one, I can tell you, they're very rare, but they are very useful. I mean, I've never had more grateful constituents or people, and this was a young lady we would have literally returned to a war zone with no parents. They'd been killed in the war, and this service person had stumbled across her and taken pity on her and wanted to bring her to America and give her another chance. So I'm hesitant to it. The second point I would make is I really do feel at some level this is an Article I kind of issue. This is a very rare congressional tool. But I don't think we ought to give it up, and I don't think it ought to be at the mercy of a bureaucratic decision at ICE. So I normally vote with my friend, the distinguished ranking member. He's my very good friend. On this one, just because of personal experience, I think it's important to preserve this option for all members to use when they think it's appropriate. You know, any power can be abused, I suppose. But in this day and age, I think people are not likely to do this unless they really are certain that they're doing the right thing. So again, important tool. I commend my friend for trying to preserve it for all of us to use in the very rare occasions that it might be necessary. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Texas is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Chairwoman for the support, and also Representative Laughlin for bringing this to our attention. My good friend from Oklahoma is right. This is something that's used very, very, very rarely. In fact, since 2007, only 4 private bills have been enacted. 4 since 2007. This will be something that will be, there'll be cases that are extreme circumstances. All we're saying is, if we can't get this done in 6 months or maybe within 90 days, all we're asking is go back to the agreement that we had, a bipartisan agreement, to give Congress enough time to see if there's a consensus on this particular. Again, this doesn't affect the merit of any bill. All we're saying is give us the time to consider like we've done for so many years. They're rarely used. And with that, I say thank you so much. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the member from California rise? Mr. Aguilar.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Aguilar 2, and I would request that the reading be dispensed with.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Request that it be dispensed with, Madam Chair.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Colleagues, this won't take a lot of time, and I appreciate your indulgence. In the wake of the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Rayshard Brooks, we witnessed thousands of peaceful protesters taking to the streets to demand change. Unfortunately, we also witnessed these protesters being rammed with cars, hit with tear gas canisters, and pelted with rubber pellets at the hands of some law enforcement agencies who had sworn to protect them. The fact is that a vast majority of police officers are working hard every day to safely and peacefully serve their communities. But the over-militarization of our law enforcement agencies may contribute to a dangerous escalation in violence. That's why I'm offering this amendment to increase transparency in the way law enforcement agencies spend our federal tax dollars granted by FEMA by requiring that FEMA merely brief Congress on how such funding from State Homeland Security Grant Program and UASI, the Urban Area Security Initiative, goes toward purchasing of military and military-grade equipment. Colleagues, I'm merely asking for a briefing within the report language. This amendment is in line with the mission of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and would help reduce police violence by increasing accountability. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment so that the committee can be part of the solution to this problem, which has gone on for far too long. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Roybal Allard.
Madam Chair, I support the amendment. This amendment addresses a concern that was very recently raised with the committee, specifically whether FEMA grant funds are being used to procure military-grade equipment and whether that is appropriate. The amendment requires FEMA to brief the committee so we can gather more information on the issue. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. Many of our police and first responders in this country are vastly underfunded. I've had this discussion with sheriffs, with chiefs of police, and most of them don't have access to new technologies and equipment that the military can provide. The UASI and the SHSGP grant programs allow for funds to be used for these investments. This amendment tries to convey that localities can't use these grants or shouldn't. If we make the wasteful and misguided decision to deter these local governments from the procurement of useful equipment, we take away from their ability to protect their communities. It's for that reason I urge a no vote from my colleagues. I thank you, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from California is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Would just ask for an aye vote, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Madam Chairwoman, I move to favorably report the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2021 to the House.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry.
No.
Mr. Fortenberry, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler? Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Hurd? Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy?
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard?
Aye.
Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger?
Aye.
Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano?
Aye.
Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Carter? How did you vote? You were not on camera.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Adderholt? You're not recorded. Mr. Adderholt, no.
What time are we supposed to be out of here? What time are we out of here?
What do we have left?
We have another bill.
We have one more bill, right?
Financial services.
Oh, my God. I shouldn't. I'll wait till we, should I say it now?
Yeah, while the clerk tallies.
Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, I've made the decision to keep working until we finish today. My recommendation is to step out and eat during financial service remarks if you need to, if you're hungry. But I think we can finish before 3 if we keep pushing. So thank you all for your cooperation. Enjoy your lunch wherever you can get it, and come back. We're going to keep going.
No, we're just going to pull.
That's for you when you have time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, she hasn't yet. I'm about to get to her.
Oh, Nita, thank you.
What's that?
Thank you, my friend.
I didn't hear you. What? Oh, yeah.
On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 22. The motion is agreed to. And I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objections, so ordered.
3 days? 3 days.
3 days, fine. Okay, now, should we have 5 minutes to go to the restroom?
No. No. How about Mrs. Lowy? If you turn off the mic?
What's that? Which bill? Yeah. I guess. Oh, no, we just voted on it, didn't we? Yeah. Now we financial services.
Hello.
Yeah.
By the way, you get an extra gold star today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your discussion outside. But I need you here. Our second order of business today is consideration of the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2021. I will now recognize Mr. Quigley to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, the committee will mark up the fiscal year 2021 Financial Services and General Government Bill. But before I begin, I'd like to start by thanking staff on both sides for their hard work on drafting this bill. In my personal office, that includes Bridget and Juan, and our committee staff on the majority side, that includes Matt, Laura, Mary Beth, Elliot, Alok, and Parker, and for the minority, John Martins. I'd also like to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Graves, for his work and his collaboration through this process. I appreciate his partnership in developing the best possible bill. When he was chairman, he was very kind and helpful, and I will always appreciate that. He will be missed next year, and I wish him the best of luck on his future endeavors. I'd also like to thank Chairwoman Lowy, whom I've had the pleasure to serve under, for her tremendous leadership and stewardship of this committee. And I'd like to extend my thanks to Ranking Member Granger as well. And last but not least, I would like to thank Mr. Serrano for all his work on this committee, and I wish him well in his retirement. Turning to the bill, I will be brief because I know it's been a long week and there are planes out there. The bill includes $24.6 billion in discretionary funding. This is an increase of $808 million above fiscal year 2020. In addition to this amount, we've included $67 billion in emergency funding for broadband, federal buildings, and land ports of entry across the nation. The bill includes $12.1 billion for the IRS. This account has long been underfunded, and with this important investment, we will be able to support robust enforcement activities and improve taxpayer customer experience. I'm pleased to report that we've rejected the President's proposals to eliminate or greatly reduce funding for important programs like CDFIs. Our bill restores critical funding for the high-intensity drug and trafficking areas program and the Drug-Free Communities program. Importantly, the bill includes $7.8 billion in discretionary appropriations for the judicial branch, an increase of $287 million over fiscal year 2020 to fund protective services and physical security needs in courthouses and ensure the continued operations of the federal judiciary. The bill also increases funding for agencies to protect everyday consumers and retail investors, including the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and the Security and Exchange Commission. I am proud the bill removes harmful policy riders, including many that dictate to the District of Columbia how to manage its own affairs or spend its own money. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to highlight an issue that has been a high priority of mine, including funding for the Election Assistance Commission, and specifically funds for election security grants. The bill includes $500 million for election security grants, which are awarded to states to help them acquire resources and equipment to conduct safe and secure elections. It is important that we provide recurring funds for election security to allow states to be forward-looking in their planning. In closing, this bill improves economic security of communities across the country and betters the lives of the American public, whether it will be improving their tax filing experience, protecting their financial investments, promoting small business creation, or combating drug trafficking, and much more. And as we wait for the Chairwoman to come back, I will tell my colleagues on the Republican side what I said to my Democratic colleagues earlier this morning. We often talk at lengths about the bill before we start the amendments. I would just say if that's good for you, please go ahead. If it's important to you, please go ahead. But the staff has informed me that they see no desire and you telling them how great they are. I feel the same way. If you love the bill, I feel your love. If you don't love the bill, I feel that too, but I don't know that we need to share that with the American public as we are moving forward today. I want to.
I can call on Mr. Graves.
I want to thank the chairwoman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to recognize the subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman Quigley. Being that this was my last full committee markup, I had a nice little farewell speech planned, but it just doesn't feel right without being there with each of you in person. So y'all have just been spared. I'll have some extended thoughts to share from the House floor later on, but for now, I wanted you to know, as my professional family, what an honor it's been to serve on this committee with each of you. It's the only standing committee that I've ever served on. And the funny thing is, I never wanted to be an appropriator. I still clearly remember asking Speaker Boehner for a different committee. He slowly exhaled his cigarette smoke and informed me that I was wrong, and that I did, in fact, want to be an appropriator. And guess what? Speaker Boehner, he was right. Now I can't imagine have served on any other committee anywhere else. I was actually put on this committee as part of the wave of conservatives that were elected to Congress in 2010. And I was supposed to be that ultra-partisan guy, but something else happened. Working here has taught me the value of just the opposite. I mean, who would have really thought that the Tea Party guy from 2010 would be closing out his career working as Derek Kilmer's vice chair on the Nonpartisan Modernization Committee. And it's being a member of this committee, it's reinforced that value of working through differences together, the value of bipartisanship, that while you may have disagreement over the color of the paint on the wall, you don't have to destroy the entire room. Though I've only got a few more months left here in Congress, to be leaving with individuals like Chair Lowy and Mr. Visklosky and Mr. Serrano, Ms. Roby and Mr. Hurd, it's truly a gift. And I say that because together we get to leave with something that I hope you'll get to return to very soon, and that's the memory of the way it was. I mean, this time of year for our committee is usually full of tightly packed tables in a room, a tightly packed room. Rayburn 2359. I mean, it's cramped and busy and chaotic. Conversations are close. Food and drink from our individual districts are passed around and shared amongst one another. There are even spirited debates, often between Ms. DeLauro and Mr. Simpson, and all of this in full view of Ms. Lowy's warm smile. And it's where so many of my fond memories of our work together comes from. Our wins, our losses, we're all together either way. It was during some of those moments that Sanford Bishop taught me a thing or two about how to be a subcommittee chairman and serve the entire committee, not just the majority side. After a few missteps, he had pulled me aside. He gently made me better. So thank you, Sanford, for your counsel over the years. After going a few rounds with Mike Quigley, a fierce defender of his position, we always took the time to shake hands, embrace, and recognize each other's work and perspective because we respected one another. He and I have seen both sides of the same fence, as he said. I was once chair, and he was once the ranking member. And for those that haven't figured it out yet, the grass, it's a little greener on the other side of the fence. So, Mike, it's been a joy to work with you. Thank you for your kind words earlier. I share these moments with you because it's important to remember what makes this committee work so effectively. Even as we're physically separated, we can't lose sight of the relationships and connections with each other that make our time here in Congress worthwhile. I certainly hope that whoever joins the committee after I leave will have the same experiences that I did. One that's full of congeniality, spirited debate, bipartisan friends who aren't afraid to tell you when you can do just a little bit better. So thank you all for an amazing decade. It's been the honor of my life, and I look forward to being with you again soon. You know, I almost forgot one last thing. Sorry, Mike. I have to oppose the bill in its current form. With that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Shocking.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. First of all, I congratulate Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Graves. And again, I do wish you, Ranking Member Graves, good luck with future endeavors, and I hope there is good health to all members of your family. And I do remember a changing point when I kind of tapped you on the shoulder and say, how about supporting most of what we're doing some of the time? But you really have been a good member, and we've had some good discussions, and good health, good luck to you and your family. My friends, this is a good bill that supports hardworking families, small businesses, and the integrity and security of our elections. I know Chairman Quigley won't be offended if I keep my remarks brief, so I simply urge your support for this solid bill. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Granger for her opening remarks. Rogers.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chairman Lowy. I want to recognize Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Graves for their work on putting this financial services bill together. I also want to thank Tom for his service to the House and on this committee, as well as his work on the Select Committee on Modernization of Congress.
Honor.
The bill before us today includes many priorities for members on both sides of the aisle, such as support for small business, drug control programs, and funding for vital counterterrorism and financial intelligence efforts. However, I'm concerned that there are several controversial items that prohibit funds from the border wall, interfere with efforts to improve the function of our markets and provide capital to small businesses, and limit educational opportunities for low-income students in the District of Columbia. It's also disappointing that the bill does not include a long-standing pro-life provision regarding the use of D.C. local funds. Additionally, there is an excessive level of spending in the bill, with the budget deficit for the current year expected to reach $3.7 trillion. We should look for efficiencies in government activities, not increased funding for them as this bill does. The bill includes more than $67 billion in emergency infrastructure spending, almost 3 times the amount of the entire base bill. This is supposed to be an annual appropriations measure, not a long-term economic stimulus bill. I would also like to point out that it seems short-sighted to provide billions of dollars to build and renovate federal buildings and courthouses, while many of them sit vacant or below capacity as employees are teleworking and social distancing. We should use this opportunity to evaluate this experience and see how teleworking can be used to reduce cost and improve federal workforce productivity going forward. I appreciate that Chairwoman Lowy is leading the committee to complete the fiscal year 2021 appropriations process during this unprecedented time. However, in order for our work to be meaningful and produce bills that can be signed into law, many issues are going to have to be addressed. I look forward to continuing to work together to improve this bill as the process moves forward. In closing, I would like to thank all of the subcommittee members and the staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Rogers is recognized.
I wanted to say a special thanks to Chairman Quigley for the war on drugs provisions in his bill, which is certainly welcome. As you know, many of you know, my district was ground zero for the opioid crisis beginning in '03, and from the start, we've advocated for a comprehensive approach to address the crisis. And so I started a group called UNITE, which stands for Unlawful Narcotics, Investigations, Treatment, Education, a 3-pronged, comprehensive, holistic approach to tackling this monster of a problem. Now, as I said yesterday, we're seeing a tremendous increase, a spike, if you will, in the number of opioid overdose deaths in the last few weeks, which is an epidemic, a continuation of the epidemic, within the modern day coronavirus pandemic. And so in this bill, I'm so glad to see you increase funding for drug courts. Drug courts work. They bring people in to be rehabilitated and make them anew. If you've not been to one of the graduation services in drug court, I strongly urge you to go and have your ego satisfied that this is a good program. And I'm glad to see that you increase the funding. Since 1989, drug courts have provided countless addicted Americans referral to treatment and a life-saving alternative to incarceration. When we started Unite in 2003, there were only 5 drug courts in my entire district. Today we have one in all 30 counties, and these volunteer judges are changing more lives than ever before. The recent rise in opioid overdose deaths is a painful reminder that this fight is not over either. Though we have a long road ahead of us, strong funding for programs like drug courts, drug-free communities, high-intensity drug trafficking areas in this bill will make a difference in this fight and save lives. I've seen it happen on the ground in my district itself. The high-intensity drug trafficking areas program, which you see to increase, and I thank you for that, works because it gives us a chance to have cooperation between federal, state, and local law enforcement and treatment and the whole program, and that program works. And then the Drug-Free Communities program, which you increased, community-based prevention initiatives. And I emphasize the word community, not federal, not state, community, where you draw people from all walks of life from your community addressing this problem head on. That's how we got started with Unite, which now is the national model and is the host of the annual Opioid Abuse Summit. This coming year will be in Nashville, Tennessee, the last 7 years. The president and his staff have attended. About 4,000 people from every nook and cranny of the country attend that opioid summit, which Unite puts on. And it's an amazing gathering of the people from all across the country, and the world for that matter, focused on fighting the drug problem. Finally, let me congratulate you, too, on the Community Development Financial Institution Fund, which you see fit to increase. That program has worked in my district to promote small businesses growing, being formed, and has helped economically develop in my region as nothing else really has. So I salute you for including that money in your bill and increasing it. So, Mr. Chairman, we hate to see you leave this place. You have been a great chairman of the subcommittee, and you have seen fit to delve into the details of what really works, almost unlike any other chair. So I salute you for your work and wish you well in your next chapter. Yield back.
First of all, I want to thank you, Chairman Rogers, for your kind words. I have always enjoyed working with you. I've learned so much from you, and this has been a really great opportunity for us to work together and to get to know each other. So thank you very, very much for your comments.
With a chair yield.
Of course.
I recall when you first came to the House. I had been here a little longer. I got here in January '81. But I knew that you were destined for greatness because you were smart, you were friendly and easy to know and chat with. And sure enough, when you became a member of the committee, it was a great day for the committee because you've been a very effective spokesman, not just for your district and your state, but your country and this committee, which is often under siege. And you've been a great defender of this committee and a soldier in the effort to make it better. So I salute you and I wish you well.
Thank you. I only wish I had my 8 grandchildren tuned in to this show. So maybe 1 or 2. Thank you very much again for your friendship and your very, very generous comments. Mrs. Lawrence is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 things I wanted to talk about related to this bill. One is on broadband. This funding measure also includes $61 billion to support the expansion of broadband to underserved areas. Many households in Michigan and across this country, both rural and urban, lack access to high-speed internet. My home state ranks 30th among states for broadband availability, and the lack of high-speed internet is being felt even more acutely than normal because of the virus. The lack of internet access can impact families' ability to complete necessary tasks. I applaud the community leadership for prioritizing the expansion of broadband. On Postal Service, as a former postal manager, I want to, having a 30-year career in the Postal Service, I want to thank the subcommittee for including language to maintain 6-day delivery at a rate not less than the 1983 level. I also want to draw attention to the financial issues facing the Postal Service during this COVID-19 pandemic. Each day, more than 600,000, I want you to hear that number, 600,000 employees at the United States Postal Service has reported to work to ensure that critical medical supplies, stimulus checks, and packages are delivered across the country, even as states shut down. I want to commend all of the heroic Postal Service employees who continue to fulfill their mission, even in the face of this global pandemic. My heart also breaks for the dozens of postal employees who have lost their lives to this virus and more than 2,000 who has tested positive. This is no ordinary year for the Postal Service. Millions of Americans will receive census mailings and absentee ballots for the 2020 election. This body must ensure the United States Postal Service has the resources it needs to continue fulfilling its mission for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Mr. Calvert is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I seek to recognition to express the importance of something that we need to have serious consideration on here in Congress, and that's preserving the reliability and the accuracy of our GPS system. An issue that's come to my attention that affects every federal agency from the Department of Agriculture to Transportation and certainly to the Department of Defense, as well as every American. Recently, as I believe most of you know, the FCC voted to repurpose a portion of the airways adjacent to GPS. We dealt with this issue 10 years ago when testing revealed that our GPS system would be compromised, and yet here we are again, dealing with the same issue. In its report, in order allowing for the sale of this spectrum to proceed, the FCC disregarded the DoD testing and ignored DOT testing. Madam Chairwoman, this is an incredibly complex issue, and I know there are good people on both sides of this issue. In an effort to obtain additional perspective, I've reached out to the Aerospace Corporation under the assessment a vast number of GPS systems would be impacted. Data reveal that even with very low power levels from a terrestrial system in the adjacent band will degrade the functionality and the performance of very sensitive equipment to receive and process GPS systems. As the ranking member of Defense Appropriation, this does concern me greatly. Even the FCC's own report and order concedes there is a potential for harmful interference to some devices, particularly high-precision devices. These high-precision receivers are the ones we are used by our farmers, our pilots on the planes you'll fly on today, and of course our military. Every federal agency except the FCC stands in opposition to this decision. Let me repeat that. Every federal agency except the FCC stands in opposition to this decision. And the appeals process is underway, obviously, and it should be completed by the end of August. My concern is that the FCC will not heed the concerns voiced by the DoD and others, including the Aerospace Industries Association, and move forward with a sale. We need a true independent third party to review all the testing and provide us with the truth. You know, some time ago, I listened to a business leader tell me there's two kinds of decisions in life. There's one you can walk through the door and you can change your mind and turn around and come back in. The other type of decision is you walk through that door and there's no coming back. And that's the decision we have before us on this. So, Madam Chairwoman, I think when we return in September, we may need to include such a provision in the continuing resolution to address this problem. If not, if it's not resolved during the FCC appeals process. And I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, first of all, say thank you to the chairman, Mr. Quigley, and certainly Mr. Graves. Also, a couple points I just want to point out. First of all, I want to say thank you to the money that has been given for the construction of federal courthouses. There are several courthouses that need to be constructed, and certainly I have one in my area where it's number one in caseload in the country, but it's on the list, and we'll continue working on that. So I certainly want to say thank you. I also want to thank him also for the money that got put on the port of entries. The port of entries handle over 80% of all the goods and people coming into the United States. So the money that's been put there is going to be very important. So to the federal courthouses, to the port of entry, thank you so much. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Quigley, for the hard work that you have always put into this bill and your leadership. The bill funds critical domestic programs that safeguard our elections and protects consumers. I want to specifically focus on, in the interest of brevity, two items that are really important provisions, and I appreciate, particularly as a member of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, that the bill makes important strides to improve postal security. In October 2018, packages containing explosive materials were sent to Democratic leaders, including President Obama and Secretary Clinton. My name and district office address, if you will recall, were listed as the return address for those packages. One explosive device was actually returned to my district office, and it had to be detonated in a nearby stairwell. Luckily, the perpetrator was apprehended and no one was injured. I remain eternally grateful to the FBI, local law enforcement, and the U.S. Postal Service for their efforts to keep us safe. But this incident exposed potentially serious holes in the security of our postal system. For these reasons, this bill mandates that the Postal Service provide this committee with a comprehensive report that will detail any new technologies, procedures, or other proactive measures that have been implemented by USPS following the 2018 attacks. The safety of our mail service is critical not only for recipients, but also for our mail carriers and workers who work so hard at post offices and mail processing centers and on our letter carriers beats. I'm also very glad that this bill includes $1.3 million to continue the Pool Safety Grant Program and the Pool Safety Education and Awareness Campaign at the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Drowning in swimming pools remains the #1 killer of children under 5 years old through accidental death, and it is particularly disproportionately impactful for children of color. This program was created by my Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, our nation's first swimming pool safety law. I've advocated for pool safety laws for over 2 decades, and it remains an issue important and near and dear to my heart, particularly as a member who represents the state of Florida, which obviously has swimming in pools year-round. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Aguilar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to take a moment to echo what my colleague, Mr. Calvert, mentioned before. While we all see the expansion of the internet and we want broadband in our communities, we also must ensure that new technologies don't disrupt the old technologies that which we still rely on, like GPS. GPS plays a critical role in our national security, as the gentleman from California mentioned. And I know I've been talking about this with Mr. Rupersberger as well, how it affects our economy and our public safety. It's my hope that Congress will take action to study this issue further and to make sure GPS technology remains safe and effective. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield back.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Mr. Quigley to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read the amendment.
I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Madam Chair, the manager's amendment includes technical corrections and non-controversial changes worked out in consultation with Ranking Member Graves. I ask for your support.
Ranking Member Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to voice my support for the manager's amendment as well. As the chairman said, it's non-controversial. It's been brought to us by members of both parties. But I did want to thank the chairman for working with me along with his staff. He's got a great team, and they've been very, very helpful. As we included some language in the manager's amendment to address some of the issues we've already heard a little bit about today. The development of a secure 5G network, preventing the use of telecommunications equipment by companies posing a national security risk, preventing cyber criminals from participating in U.S. financial markets, increasing the use of secure cloud networks across the federal government, and lastly, promoting better security standards and guidance for the IoT devices that we use on a daily basis. And if I could just take a moment, I'd like to step back and thank Chair Warble-Eilert and Mr. Fleischman for their work with me and our folks on the Homeland Security bill. In the manager's amendment, we did have some language there that's very important that I wanted to highlight quickly, and it would establish a cybersecurity advisory committee. And this is language that they adopted or accepted late yesterday, and I'm grateful for that because the advisory committee would be local professionals, and they would be consulting with the director of cybersecurity and infrastructure, that agency, and the Department of Homeland Security. It's important, Madam Chair, and you've recognized this, that we use every tool in our toolbox as we move ahead. And lastly, I would just say on that point to each of you, I encourage you to carve out a serious part of your Office for Cybersecurity as a portfolio. Hire a cyber staffer, dig deep, very deep into this area, and make sure America leads the world. We're under attack, and so this committee plays a great role. So thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back and urge a yes vote on the manager's amendment.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? No. I recognize Mr. Quigley for 1 minute to close.
I want to thank Mr. Graves and his staff and our staff for their help on this, and I urge your support.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does the member from Alabama rise? Mr. Adeholt.
Madam Chair, I ask for consideration of my amendment, Adderholt number 1.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Ask that the reading be suspended.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I offer this amendment this morning with the intention of reinstating the D.C. Hyde Amendment. Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution says that Congress holds complete legislative authority over the District of Columbia, stating, and I quote, exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever, end quote. That is why the entire budget for D.C., including revenues generated by local sources, must be appropriated by Congress through this annual appropriations process. Therefore, Congress bears the constitutional responsibility for the use of all these funds. Limiting the abortion funding prohibition to federal funds results in no limitations on the use of D.C. revenues for abortions and gives the District of Columbia the go-ahead to use locally generated funds to pay for abortions on demand. The last time that the D.C. Hyde Amendment was removed, the District of Columbia forced taxpayers to pay for 300 abortions at a cost of $185,000, according to the city's own records. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will denounce this amendment as an attack on women's health, but I don't think most Americans see abortion as health care. Our nation should invest in women's health, but not in abortion. So with that, Madam Chair, I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Adderholt. My response begins with, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Once again, my colleagues on the other side are trying to restrict how D.C. uses its locally raised funds. In this instance, the amendment would block the use of local funds for abortion services. We disagree on this issue, but the current language in the bill would not affect the current ban on federal dollars being used for these services. Regardless of how you feel about the issue, those of us here on the Hill shouldn't be allowed to deny a woman's access to one or coverage just because of where she lives, works, or is insured. Every other state in the U.S. has the right to use its local funds as it sees fit. The reality is, by banning public funds for abortion services, we are in effect banning access to those legal and constitutionally protected services. Choice is at the heart of the issue, but it's not a choice for us to make. It's a choice for women and their families, a choice between women and their doctors. The duly elected local officials of the District of Columbia oppose this amendment, and if they wanted to support its prohibition, they could pass it. They have not. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the gentleman from Alabama for his commitment to the defense of innocent life, I mean, born and unborn. He's had a long-standing history of standing up for life. And so I share his sentiments, I support his amendment, and support the long-standing tradition of this committee that's been supported in a bipartisan fashion for years to adopt this amendment and restore the prohibition. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Frankel is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, here we go again. Just another which way to block a woman's access to illegal abortion. You know, I said this yesterday, the Republicans have been very persistent. They can't get in the front door, they tried the back door, they can't get in the back door, they try to get into the window, they can't get into the window, they try to go down the chimney. This is just another which way to try to prevent women to be in charge of their own reproductive destiny. You know, Madam Chair, when I was 15 years old, I found a friend lying in a pool of blood. This was the days before Roe v. Wade that gave women the right to access safe legal abortions. My friend had to what we in those days called a back alley abortion. We saved her life, but what happened to her is just one example of the morbidity and, in many cases, the death of so many women who were not able to get proper care. Humiliation, criminal action, agony, risk of sterility, or death did not deter American women from ending their pregnancies. And I think it's also interesting to note, and I'd like to really reflect the words of Ricky Solinger, who's a historian and the author of many books about reproductive politics, which I really think explains well why so many of us are so adamant that having access to full reproductive care is so important to women. It's not that we like abortion. No, it's something that any person would take very, very seriously. But the first thing to know about life when abortion was still a criminal act is that massive number of women resisted the law. In the 1950s and 60s, a medical and law enforcement expert estimated that 1 to 2 million girls and women every year had secret abortions. They resisted because they were either too poor, too young, too alone, too vulnerable, too sick, for many different reasons. And the social and economic impacts of making abortion illegal cannot be overstated. Because think about what life was like for women in terms of getting jobs. Many times, employers drew on vulnerabilities to treat females as unreliable employees who deserve lower pay because, who knows, women could have children and drop out of the workplace. And so to me, what is so confusing about this and similar amendments is that at the same time, Republicans try to keep women from accessing legal abortion, they also are trying to limit access to contraception. I guess, what does that mean? Sending women back, what's the old saying, barefoot and pregnant? Is that where they really want to take us? And let me just add one more thing. We've talked a lot over the months about racial injustice, and systematic racial injustice comes in many forms, and there is probably not another really good example as what this amendment does, especially to the women in Washington, D.C. With that, I urge everyone to defeat this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the gentleman from Alabama's amendment. This District of Columbia local funds limitation has been in place every year since fiscal year 1996, with the exception of fiscal year 2010. The U.S. Constitution gives the Congress authority over the District of Columbia. It's our policy that taxpayer funds should not be used to fund abortions. The President has announced he will veto any legislation that weakens current pro-life federal policies and laws. Without this law, this bill will never become, without this language, the bill will never become law. I support the amendment and urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Mrs. Lawrence is recognized. Mrs. Lawrence, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Placing these strict limitations on abortion coverage harm those who already face significant barriers to receiving health care. We need to end the harmful ban that treats D.C. residents differently than other U.S. residents. Elected officials for Washington, D.C. should not be denied the ability to assure a full range of reproductive health services will be available to their residents. When women have the ability to decide if and when and how many children they have, they're better able to provide for themselves and their families. These very decisions are directly tied to a woman's social economic status and well-being. The lack of investments in child care, affordable housing,
equal access to education has been made worse by this pandemic, and this type of amendment will continue to keep women at margins that forces them to be at the lower level of the economic spectrum. I will keep repeating this until it sticks. Women's reproductive health is health care, and health care is a basic human need. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another day, another markup, another amendment from anti-abortion elected officials that would deny access to abortion, this time to residents of Washington, D.C. Many states use their state funds, and let me repeat, state funds, non-federal funds, to cover abortion services in their Medicaid programs. This amendment overrides the will of D.C.'s own elected officials and people, withholding abortion coverage from residents in D.C. Elected officials for Washington, D.C. should not be denied the ability to ensure the full range of reproductive health services to their residents, and the residents of the District of Columbia should not be treated any differently. These strict limitations on abortion coverage harms those who already face significant barriers to receiving health care, including low-income people, immigrants, youth, women of color, and transgender and gender nonconforming people. Because efforts have failed to ban abortion in this country, lawmakers decide that they must punish the only women and individuals they can, those in the district. People enrolled in D.C. Medicaid should not be targeted by politicians who interfere with women's reproductive health decisions for political gain. When it comes to the most important decisions in life, such as whether to become a parent, each of us must be able to consider all of our options, however little we earn or however we are insured. It is not my or the gentleman's place to decide for someone else whether they should get an abortion. This is a decision that they must make with family and medical health care. We do not always know someone's circumstances, as we are not walking miles in their shoes. A woman struggling to make ends meet needs to be able to make important personal decisions based on what is best for her circumstances. Trust women, respect women to make the decisions that affect their lives. I oppose this amendment because we should not interfere with someone's personal health decisions by withholding health insurance coverage, and I yield back.
Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank Chairman Quigley for your tremendous leadership, and also Ranking Member Graves in spearheading this Appropriations bill. I oppose the Adderholt amendment because this base bill lifts the ban on the use of local funds in Washington, D.C. for abortion services. That's local funds. As the co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, the lifting of this ban is a critical step to ensure that the 55,000 District of Columbia women of reproductive age enrolled in Medicaid have access to the abortion care that has been previously pushed out of their reach. Barring D.C. from using its own funds, and I don't think any of you would want us to bar your district or your cities or your counties from using your own funds, that not only blatantly disregards the rights of D.C. residents, but like all abortion coverage, it disproportionately impacts women of color and low-income women. No one should be limited in their constitutional right to ability to access abortion based on their income or zip code, or whether or not they have full representation in Congress and a vote, which hopefully soon the district residents will have. Let me be clear. This is a racial justice issue. It's an equity issue. It's an issue between a woman and her health care provider. In no way should politicians, should elected officials interfere in the District of Columbia's business. You don't want that happening in your districts. So please respect the low-income women and women of color in Washington, D.C. Provide this justice and this equity, and let's defeat this amendment.
Ms. Clark is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I also rise to oppose Mr. Adderholt's amendment. The last time I checked, none of us have been elected by the 700,000 citizens who live in the District of Columbia to represent their interests. Imagine the outrage we would feel if someone offered an amendment to prevent the people of Haleyville, Alabama, or Melrose, Massachusetts from spending their own money to address the local needs of their citizens. Not only is this amendment an attempt to interfere with the right of the people of D.C. to use their tax dollars how they see fit, it is also an attempt to control the ability of the women of Washington, D.C. to access the health care they need. As we have discussed many times in this committee, limitations on the use of public funds to provide necessary and medically appropriate reproductive health care is discriminatory. We should be removing barriers to accessing reproductive health care, not doubling down on them. I urge my colleagues to oppose this misguided amendment.
If there is no further debate, the member from Alabama is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make a couple of points that should be made. This amendment doesn't in any way block access. The only thing that it blocks is the access to taxpayer funds to fund abortions. And the Constitution does not give power to any other Congress over any other state. It's a budget, but D.C. is an exception, and that's what the Constitution says. I just want to particularly want to thank my colleague from Alabama, Martha Roby, who could not be here today. Her daughter is not well, is in the hospital. I know she appreciates your thoughts and prayers, but for several years, Ms. Roby has championed this amendment, and she'll be missed next year as she retires from the House. So, Madam Chair, I would urge the passage of this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Alabama. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the member from California rise? Mr. Calvin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to offer my amendment, which would help secure our elections against foreign influence, something I know that we're all interested in. Ballot harvesting allows paid campaign operatives to collect hundreds, even thousands of ballots to drop them off at polling places or election offices. Certainly we have experience of that in California. Ballot harvesters don't have to disclose who they're working for. And when they hand over those ballots to election officials, they don't have to show any identification. That's not even a real requirement for them. There's not even a real requirement for them even to provide their name. Last year, I sent a letter to the Registrar of Voters in my district to inquire about the state laws in place to protect mail-in ballots from fraud. I found out there are no laws prohibiting foreign actors from collecting and submitting ballots for Americans. Let me repeat that. There are no laws prohibiting foreign actors from collecting and submitting ballots for Americans. That means someone from China, someone from Russia, someone from Iran, someone from North Korea, theoretically, could collect ballots. My amendment would make states ineligible to receive election security grants unless they have enacted laws that prohibit foreign nationals from collecting ballots. ensuring that only those residing legally in the United States are permitted to handle American ballots is not just common sense, it's a vital first step to protecting against ballot harvesting fraud. We want to give people who need it the opportunity to vote by mail, and we want to make sure that we look for ways to make it easier for disabled or elderly Americans to participate in our elections. But under no circumstances should these efforts invite foreign interference in our elections. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to protect the ballots of Americans exercising their rights as citizens to vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from California.
I'm shocked.
This amendment is an attempt to impose voter suppression tactics at the federal level, plain and simple. This provision perpetuates the misinformation that has been spread by the President and his allies that voter fraud is a rampant problem when, in fact, to quote the Brennan Center, is vanishingly rare. Ballot collection is an essential service for voters at risk of being shut out of the electoral process. The service is even more important during a pandemic when voters in high-risk populations may be unable to go or unwilling to risk their health and safety to physically go to the polls. There is no evidence, I repeat, no evidence of fraudulent voting activity surrounding this practice. The funds in this bill are provided to help states improve election security, such as enhancing the security of voter registration databases and voting systems and conducting post-election audits to ensure the reported results are accurate. This amendment would impose excessive and unnecessary hurdles for states to clear in order to access that much-needed funds and would delay efforts to protect against the real threats to our elections. This bill is not the appropriate vehicle to implement new federal voting requirements, particularly those that would make it even more difficult for legitimate voters to access the ballot. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from California for his thoughtful approach to this. Given his position as Republican leader of the Defense Subcommittee, I think he knows firsthand a lot of the threats we face internationally. And I understand Mr. Quigley's point about maybe there's no current evidence, but we have not had a pandemic before. And now that we're seeing more states trying to open up the process and using a mailing collection system or mail-in ballots more regularly, then there's more opportunity for foreign adversaries or just other entities to want to engage. I think it's a very common sense approach. It's not limiting in any way mail-in ballots. It's actually just protecting the system and utilizing the grants that we're so providing here in a very responsible way. And with that, I support the amendment and ask the committee to go back.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the amendment by the gentleman from California. As a result of the coronavirus, states are increasing their use of mail-in ballots. We must ensure that this does not subject our elections to manipulation and interference from foreign governments. The Republicans on the House Administration Committee have studied ballot harvesting and found that it could threaten the integrity of the electoral process and disenfranchise voters. Voters must believe in our election system. We must protect it from adversaries such as China, Russia, and Iran. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from California is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In closing, voting is among the most important rights exercised by American citizens. Allowing foreign nationals, theoretically someone from China, Russia, Iran, to collect ballots when there is zero oversight over the practice of ballot harvesting presents a real danger of foreign influence over our free and fair elections. My amendment will ensure that only those legally residing in the United States are permitted to handle the ballots of Americans carrying out their civic duty to vote. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Laurel. Mr. Laurel, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano.
No.
Mr. Serrano, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, no. Ms. Wassman-Schultz. Ms. Wassman-Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally.
Lee's on her way. Yeah. Yeah, Stuart, yeah. We told both, told them at the beginning 5 minutes, so we can't close it. Yeah. Okay, so is Stuart. And we told him 5 minutes, okay. Ms. Lee, how are you voting? You're not reported. Ms. Lee, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment is not Adopted. For what purpose does the member from Oklahoma rise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Madam Chair, I would ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you
on
very
the
much,
amendment.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my amendment would restore language prohibiting any executive agency from requiring a federal contractor to disclose its political contributions as a condition of applying for a federal contract. Let me be very clear here. This doesn't excuse anybody from filling out the normal contribution forms that are required by law. It just says you wouldn't staple it to the contract application when you were trying to procure a federal contract. When the previous administration thought to institute such requirements, Congress rightly included language in the Financial Services Bill prohibiting such a policy. While ostensibly meant to make the federal contracting process transparent, such requirements would politicize the federal contracting process. It would allow unelected bureaucrats to punish and reward contractors for holding beliefs and supporting political candidates and causes with whom they disagree. Such an outcome is inconsistent with both the spirit and the letter of our First Amendment rights. My amendment would ensure that offers for federal contracts are assessed as they should be, by merit and the strength of the application, not by the political beliefs of the contractor. And again, let me be clear, you're a contractor and you engage in political activity, you still have to disclose it, just as any of us, if we made a reportable contribution, would have to do it. You just simply don't staple it to the contract itself. So I would urge my colleagues to restore this common sense protection of free speech, and with that, Madam Chair, urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. A wise Supreme Court justice reminded us that sunlight is the best of disinfectants. With public funds, transparency is key. It is important that transparency over these receiving and benefiting from taxpayer money. Disclosure of information will not politicize the procurement process. It will improve it. Political expenditures are already well known to those that make them and to the officials who benefit. With disclosure, the public will have access to this information as well, allowing them to judge whether contracts are awarded based on merit. Federal law prohibits contracting entities themselves from contributing to candidates and political parties, but that prohibition does not extend to their directors, officers, shareholders, or corporate PACs, and there is nothing that prevents a contractor or any individual affiliated with it from contributing funds. This amendment would not create a rule to ban these contributions. Instead, it simply requires disclosure on these contributions. Requiring disclosure of dark money spending by contractors would help citizens hold their elected representatives accountable, strengthen confidence in government, and safeguard taxpayer dollars. For these reasons, I oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for bringing us forward. As he pointed out, this has been longstanding practice for the last 8 years under multiple administrations and multiple different dynamics within Washington, D.C. From a political perspective, and I think we all agree that politics shouldn't influence what government purchases with taxpayer dollars. And so, when contractors are trying to engage with the federal government, they should be free to do that and express their First Amendment rights without wondering if it's going to damage their opportunities or limit them in any way in doing work with the federal government. So I appreciate the gentleman bringing this forward and urge a yes vote. Go back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Oklahoma is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to disagree with my good friend, the distinguished chairman, and ask him to look at it this way. How would anybody in this room feel if you went to apply for a job and you were required to list your political contributions with your job application? Would anybody here accept that as legitimate? Of course you wouldn't. It should be evaluated on your merits for the position we're talking about. This is the same thing here. My friend suggests that this is about disclosure. These contributions are already disclosed. They are in the public domain. What's wrong is to link them with a application for a contract as if that's part of the evaluation process. Has nothing to do with that. If anything, it's to intimidate the company involved. So this is an obvious overreach of power. And again, just think about it in your own life. If you had to list your political contributions for anything you applied for, is that right? Of course it's not. It's not right here either. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back and urge adoption of the amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Oklahoma. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert. You're not. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allert. Ms. Robo-Allert, no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano.
No.
Mrs. Serrano, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklowski. Mr. Visklowski, no. Ms. Wassman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Price? No. Mr. Price, no. Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, aye.
Members will now have 5 minutes to record their vote or change their vote.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, you're not recorded? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no.
Who else? Is that everyone? Good work. On this vote, the yeas are 22 and the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. what purpose does the member from Ohio rise? Mr. Joyce, where is he? Oh. I don't think I can hear you. Is your mic on?
I thought it was muffled. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask that it be considered as read.
The clerk will read the amendment. Oh, I didn't. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member for Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment strikes Section 540 of this bill, which would prohibit the use of funds for the SEC's recently proposed rule intended to simplify and improve exempt offering framework. The SEC's proposed rule changes would harmonize what Chairman Jay Clayton has called an overly complex patchwork regulatory framework, which dictates how companies can raise capital through securities offerings to investors in the private market. In the wake of the 2007-2008 financial crisis and recession, Congress looked to assist businesses in their efforts to raise capital by adjusting the exempt offering framework. In 2012, Congress passed the Jumpstart Our Business Startups or JOBS Act with strong bipartisan support in both chambers. The JOBS Act intended to reduce burdensome disclosure requirements and increase flexibility for businesses looking to grow by raising capital through private markets. During our economy's current slowdown, Congress should follow up on the well-intentioned efforts of the JOBS Act in the same spirit by allowing the SEC to make rule changes which would increase opportunities for investors and expand access to capital for businesses. The SEC's recently proposed rule changes target the increasing complexity of the exempt offering framework while maintaining strong investor protections. This complexity is an especially intimidating hurdle for smaller businesses looking to grow by offering securities but finding it difficult to pay for the expensive legal services necessary to navigate this complicated framework. The SEC's proposed rules to simplify the framework would allow these businesses to spend more of their money on growth and employees' wages and less on unnecessary compliance costs. Section 540 of the fiscal year 2021 Financial Services Bill would prevent the SEC's rulemaking from being completed until an out-of-date, overbearing 2013 rulemaking is finalized. My amendment would strike Section 540, allowing the SEC to move forward with its common-sense rule change. As our nation looks to rebound from our current pandemic-induced economic slowdown, now is the time for Congress and the SEC to encourage entrepreneurship and capital formation. Now is not the time for increasing burdensome regulations on businesses looking to grow. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Joyce. This amendment would strike Section 540, which restricts the SEC's ability to make sweeping changes to how it determines which security offerings are exempt from registration requirement. The SEC's public registration process provides transparency into security offerings that allow investors to make informed decisions about investment risk. But exemptions to these requirements have grown over time, which is bad for investors. Already more than two-thirds of capital is raised using an exemption from disclosure rules. The SEC's proposal would shift that balance even further. Among numerous under changes, the SEC would raise how much money can be raised and would allow more advertising to the general public for offerings that aren't subject to full disclosure. This undermines the heart of the SEC's mission to protect investors. This is why the Section 540 prevents additional changes to the exemption framework until the SEC finalizes long-pending rules that require exempt offerings to provide more information to potential investors. For these reasons, I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Joyce, a gentleman from Ohio who's a valued member of the Financial Services and General Government Committee. He knows these topics really well, and he knows what he's speaking of here today. I mean, the amendment that he's offering simply is just restoring the SEC's ability to help small businesses raise capital. And when I think about where we are right now in this current pandemic and so many small businesses and businesses all across the country are ailing, there's no better time right now than to use every opportunity, every tool possible to to assist them with accessing capital and ultimately staying in business and employing constituents of ours that are all across the country. So with that, I'm proud to support the gentleman's amendment and yield back.
Ms. Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the gentleman from Ohio's amendment. Mr. Joyce's amendment strikes language in the bill that inappropriately limits the SEC's ability to help small business and Main Street investors. The SEC's proposed rule is intended to reduce the elaborate patchwork of red tape required of small businesses trying to raise capital. We should be working together on a bipartisan basis to help small businesses and their employees survive the economic hardships created by the coronavirus pandemic. Instead, the language in the bill prevents an important rulemaking procedure from being completed until a dated and partisan proposal from the Obama administration is implemented. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Ohio is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My friend Chairman Quigley opposes me. I'm miffed.
It hurts me too.
I mentioned that Section 540 simply makes sure an investor protection-centered rulemaking from 2013 is finalized before we move forward with the SEC's March 2020 proposed rule changes. And while I appreciate those comments, there is a reason for that. The 2013 SEC rule was never finalized. It was far too burdensome and harmful to businesses. The reality is that Section 540 would delay an important set of rule changes until an outdated, harmful set of rules is finalized. To reiterate, my amendment will facilitate the timely implementation of the SEC's exempt offering framework rule changes, which support access to capital and reduce administrative costs for businesses looking to grow their operations and contribute to our economic recovery. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Ohio. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amidei.
That easy, huh?
Mr. Amidei. Mr. Amidei, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mrs. Clark. Ms. Clark, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Mr. Fortenberry.
Yes.
Mr. Fortenberry, aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, no. Ms. Granger.
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, aye. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Mrs. Lowy.
No.
Mrs. Lowy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. No. Mr. Quigley, no. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Ms. Robo-Allert. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Ryan, no. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Visklowski? Mr. Visklowski, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Lauro? Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Ms. Robo-Allard? Ms. Robo-Allard, no. Mr. Hurd is not recorded. Mr. Hurd, aye. Is that? Serrano, they can't get back on.
Where's Serrano?
Mr. Case, you're not recorded. Mr. Case, no.
Is Bishop recorded? Is Bishop recorded? He just walked in.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Serrano.
Mrs. Serrano,
Hello?
Mr. Serrano is not recorded. We need a video, sir.
okay, I'm sorry, I was in the other room. I'm embarrassed to ask, what vote are we on?
This is the Joyce Amendment.
I vote no.
Mr. Joyce, no. I mean, Mr. Serrano, no.
Good work. On this vote, ladies and gentlemen, the yeas are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the member from Maryland rise? If you put on your speaker.
Yeah, I've got it.
Here.
Madam Chair, I have Harris number 1 at the desk, and I would move to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, in this case, I hope that the subcommittee chairman feels that we can and we should. This amendment deals with Initiative 81, which is currently going to be on the ballot in the District of Columbia, which would make the use of hallucinogenic drugs a low priority for enforcement in the District of Columbia. Now, the problem is that, and one of the reasons that'll be used to say that this is all right is that, well, Denver has done it, but in fact, there's a very substantial difference between what Denver did and what's on the ballot. This will make for all the classes of hallucinogenic drugs, whether they're mescaline or peyote, psilocybin, other naturally derived hallucinogens, will make them all a low priority under all circumstances. The argument in the ballot initiative is that there are medical uses and that there are religious uses. The religious uses of peyote are already covered by Supreme Court decisions that basically say you can't prosecute someone for using it. So I'm going to concentrate on the medical uses. The fact of the matter is that of this variety of drugs that are covered would be covered under this initiative, there is limited data that psilocybin may be useful in some circumstances, and that's why in the Denver initiative only decreased enforcement for psilocybin, not for any of the other hallucinogens. But this initiative is psilocybin, mescaline, which is peyote, and other hallucinogens. So the hazard here is that what we'd be doing is we'd be saying that these, which are Schedule I drugs under DEA classification, the laws would not be enforced in the District of Columbia. Using a medical reason, predominantly a medical reason for the justification. What my amendment does, it doesn't say Initiative 81 is negated, but it only reduces the enforcement when it's used under the recommendation of a physician. Doesn't have to be, obviously there can't be a prescription, just a recommendation of a physician. If a physician recommends the use of psilocybin because there is no use for mescaline medically, but if a physician recommends the use of psilocybin, that's fine. Initiative 81 says, the DC police and Attorney General will make it a very low enforcement level, which is appropriate and honestly, which probably would be occurring already. But that's fine. The only exception being that if you're using it for a medical use and you drive under the influence of it, that is prosecutable, and that does not decrease to the lower level of enforcement. So what my amendment does is it says you can go ahead with Initiative 81, but it's only for medical use. It's only under the recommendation of a physician. And even if you take it under the recommendation of a physician, you can't get in a car and drive. I think that's reasonable. I think the District of Columbia is different from other cities because we have people coming in from all over the country, and we certainly, I would hope, don't want to be known as the drug capital of the world, but certainly don't want our visitors to feel that, we have actually allowed the passage and implementation of a law that says that because of the way the initiative is worded, it's unclear whether police actually can leave the level of enforcement where it is now for driving under the influence of these agents. So it just specifies you can use it for medical uses, but you can't get into a car and drive under the influence of these. So, Madam Chair, I would move the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Dr. Harris. Let's understand something. First, the amendment is not ripe. The D.C. Board of Elections has not yet certified the matter of decriminalization of mushrooms will be on the ballot this fall at all, nor has the electorate of the District of Columbia voted on this priority. I think people on our side of the aisle, if they lived in the District of Columbia, may view this issue differently, but we don't. If the district residents want to make mushrooms a lower priority and focus limited law enforcement resources on other issues, that is their prerogative. Congress has allowed jurisdictions in California and Colorado to exercise their sovereign right to set policy on mushrooms. The District of Columbia, too, should be allowed to use their local funds to support their local needs and their priorities. In many respects, this is not different than the debate we had earlier on the issue of choice. It is the people of the District of Columbia who should make the decision and weigh these difficult pros and cons. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Graves.
I want to thank Dr. Harris for his insights and for his care for so many people over the years. I mean, for several years, we've seen the suffering from a drug epidemic killing tens of thousands of Americans per year and ruining the lives and futures of countless others. Mr. Rogers has highlighted that for us so many times, and he's brought real life stories to us. So I know that we all can agree that policies that increase the availability of psychedelic drugs at our nation's capital, that's dangerous. As the nation's capital, the District of Columbia, it should be a place where Americans come to see their government at work, explore history, maybe go to a Braves-Nats game. It shouldn't be a destination sit for illegal drugs. And with that, I support the gentleman's amendment and ask for its adoption and yield back.
Mr. Adderholt is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to lend my voice of support for Dr. Harris. I think this is a very reasonable compromise. That first of all, it's still moving forward. It's just but it would be for medical use. And obviously, if you're operating a car, you would not be allowed to use this substance. So I think this is very reasonable, and I would encourage all of my fellow committee members on both sides of the aisle to support this.
Ms. McCullum is recognized.
Would the chair yield for a question?
Can you put your mic on?
I have it on, Madam Chair. Would the chair yield for a question?
Yes.
So if I understand what you said earlier, there is nothing currently even on the ballot. This is just an idea that someone might have, that they might want to express their freedom of speech to think that doing this would be a good idea to have this product available. I don't agree that it's a good product to have available, but would you please explain that to me again, that there's nothing currently on the ballot, that this is just someone has just kind of mentioned that they think it might be a good idea?
Where it stands now, it is before the D.C. Board of Elections whether or not to certify that the matter will go and be on the ballot this fall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as was pointed out, we have, under the rights of the Constitution, to have say over D.C.'s budget. I happen to support D.C. statehood. We just had an amendment up earlier that relegated women in the District of Columbia to second-class citizenship. They were full citizens of the country of the United States. Their own tax dollars couldn't be used to provide a health care service that they want to make available to them. And now we're not even allowing the District of Columbia to move forward and decide whether or not this is a good idea. I oppose the amendment, and I thank the chair for explaining that this is nothing that's pending. Thank you.
If there is no further debate, the member from Maryland is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is more than just mushrooms. That's my whole point. Mushrooms is psilocybin. That has a medical use. This includes mescaline, peyote, 3 other substances have no medical use at all. But I appreciate the chairman of the subcommittee's remarks. Although the ballots, although enough signatures to believe there are enough signatures to get this on the ballot, it has not been certified. But I suspect it might be by the time that this bill goes to conference. So with that, I thank the committee for listening to the arguments, and I move to withdraw the amendment.
Thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment. The amendment is withdrawn. What purpose? Oh, does the member from Maryland rise again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment at the desk, Harris number 2.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Page 62, beginning line 22, strike, quote, provided further, end quote, and all that follows through page 63, line 16.
The member from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What this amendment does mainly is to remove the prescription for any school that accepts a student who uses an OSP voucher to have to deal with various federal regulations that normally don't apply to those private schools. These vouchers are not used in public schools or public charter schools. They're used in private schools, and they are not given. Remember, the OSP dollars are not given directly to the schools. They're given to the parents to use where they would like them to be used, and therefore placing restrictions that are not normally placed on private schools, privately funded schools, just for the purpose of having to receive these, a student who's using these vouchers, would result in virtually no schools being available to use these vouchers. Now, I get it. There's opposition to the OSP program. Unfortunately, that opposition doesn't take into account, I don't think, that 97% of the students who use OSP vouchers in the District of Columbia are minorities. And that by restricting this is disparate discrimination by any means of anyone's imagination. This is taking the rights of thousands of minority parents in the district who would like to use these OSP vouchers to send their children to the school of their choice. And without this amendment, this bill negates the ability of those parents to make that choice. I move the amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Dr. Harris. The language my colleague is proposing to remove is simple and straightforward. The language in the bill requires schools accepting voucher students to certify that they are providing students with the same civil rights and special needs protections under federal law that the Department of Education enforces for students in public schools. Students who attend private schools with vouchers are stripped of these constitutional and statutory rights provided to students in public schools. Despite receiving public funds, private schools participating in the DC voucher program are not required to abide by all civil rights laws and public accountability standards that public schools must meet. Schools that do not provide students with these basic civil rights and disability protections should not be funded with taxpayer dollars. While it is true that the SOAR Act has non-discrimination provisions, they aren't enough. The language in our bill helps supplement that gap. Federal governmental taxpayer-supported assistance to public school comes with strings for a reason. It is the law of the land for a reason. It is for the protection of our most vulnerable children. Children attending DC voucher schools receiving federal funding should also receive the same protections. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Oh, Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the theme of the gentleman from Maryland's amendments, as you've seen throughout the process. It's really all about the good health and well-being of so many individuals, and he's looking out for them. And then I find it interesting as well how we've heard the argument all throughout the afternoon. Why are we directing money? Why are we telling DC what to do with certain money? And here's a great example of that. Something that's working that now this current language as drafted would take away from certain individuals. It's this committee telling families that they can't receive access to these schools because somebody disagrees with certain policies. This would have a devastating impact on so many children. In fact, the Opportunity Scholarship Program has a record of success for low-income students. 98% of 12th grade participants in the program graduate. That's tremendous success. 86% of them are getting accepted to 2- or 4-year colleges. We should celebrate that success. In fact, maybe we should invest a little more. Maybe we should loosen some more restrictions to allow more students access. And so the gentleman's amendment just increases educational opportunities for low-income students in the District of Columbia. And because of that, I urge its adoption and yield back.
If there is no further debate, the member from Maryland is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, the problem is that the current language in the bill probably would be struck down under Espinoza v. Montana. The bottom line is it's a red-haired Eskimo. This language is specifically aimed at religious schools, and Espinoza v. Montana specifically said that you cannot target religious schools for the denial of the use of public funds, even though, in this case, the public funds don't go directly to the school, they go to a parent and go to a school. So I believe that the language is actually defective in the bill because I think it's unconstitutional under Espinoza v. Montana, and I move the amendment. Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. We are headed into our last bill amendment. After Mr. Rutherford's very brief amendment, we will turn to our amended 302Bs and finish very quickly, but stay around for FSGG after. Stay around after FSGG. For what purpose does the member from Florida rise? Mr.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment would simply strike the language in Section 124 in the bill that prohibits using criminal forfeitures to pay for a border wall. Apprehensions along the southern border are expected to exceed 1 million this fiscal year. And as a government, we are not doing enough to prevent migrants from attempting to cross our borders or care for those whom have been apprehended. We still have a crisis at the border that is pushing our immigration system to the breaking point. The Department of Health and Human Services does not have sufficient resources to care for the number of unaccompanied children crossing the border. The immigration courts do not have the capability to deal with the nearly 1 million case backlog, and Customs and Border Protection don't have the capability to manage all the migrants, including families and children who are crossing the border. What better source of funding is there to help address this issue than using funds forfeited by criminals to pay for barriers at the border? I've said all along that barriers alone will not solve our immigration problems, but they are part of the solution. Prohibiting the use of criminal forfeitures to help secure our borders simply makes sense. And I urge adoption of this amendment.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Rutherford. This provision ensures that the bipartisan, bicameral funding levels enacted by Congress and signed into law by the President are not flouted by the executive action. Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution states that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. Any construction of border infrastructure should be based on bipartisan agreement between both chambers of Congress. That is, again, enacted in law, not an impulsive directive from this administration that disregards the will of Congress and undermines the ability of the Department of Treasury and the Department of Homeland Security to use these funds to address known threats against our financial system and the nature. For these reasons, I must respectfully oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, as we deal with a lot of these complex issues, it's important to lean on those within our committee that have experience in the various issues. And we do that on a regular basis. And I can think of no other issue that could be better addressed than by someone who has served as sheriff for 12 years in the state of Florida. And that's all through the amendment, Mr. Rutherford. He has great experience in this. He's helped to fund the criminal forfeiture fund. He's criminals in jail. He is, helped with the gathering of their assets. And as he stated, what better use of those funds than to pay forward to continue to defend our country in a national security perspective. That's what this fund was established for. I'm not really sure why we would limit the uses of how we can secure our country. Is it just for political reasons? I guess so. But Madam Chair, I'd urge the adoption of this amendment. I think it's a fair amendment, and the gentleman has the expertise and the insights who's offering it that sees a solution is needed. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the gentleman from Florida's amendment. The appropriations bills we are considering must be enacted into law, and riders like this just make it more difficult for Congress to get our work done. So I've said before, I've been to the border countless times, and I've seen firsthand the important impact the wall is having. If members were focused on securing our border and not on political messaging, I think we could all agree on what has been accomplished. As of last week, 229 miles of new border wall system has been completed. Customs and Border Protection officials have confirmed that the wall stops most of the border crossings in the area where it's built. It also dramatically slows down those who attempt to get around it, allowing agents more time to respond. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the member from Florida is recognized on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to close by reminding members of this committee that prohibiting the use of criminal forfeitures to be used in this manner simply doesn't make sense. We have a crisis at the southern border, and a border wall is part of that solution. What better way to spend the bad guys' money than to make it tougher for the bad guys that are trying to make money? And so with that, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the member from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
No?
Is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill. The question is on...
Okay. Madam Chairwoman, I move to favorably report the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act of 2021 to the full House.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hurd, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Yes.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick, aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy.
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano.
Aye.
Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Viscoski. Mr. Viscoski, aye. Ms. Watsman-Schultz. Ms. Watsman-Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Lauro. Mr. Lauro, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Shalonda, do we have to? On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 22. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objections, so ordered. 3 days, fine. Before we go, and I want to congratulate all of you for moving so efficiently and effectively. We have one last item of business, approval of the revised sub-allocations for fiscal year 2021. There are no substantive changes in these revised sub-allocations. They simply reflect the funding recommendations in the 12 bills we just approved. I urge my colleagues to support them. I will now turn to Ranking Member Granger for any remarks she may have.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While the changes in the revised subcommittee allocations are technical, I must oppose them. These revised allocations still do not reflect the hundreds of billions of dollars in so-called emergency spending in the bills reported out of the committee. This violates the spirit of the budget agreement last year, which said any emergency spending levels must be agreed on a bipartisan basis. My hope moving forward is to work with Chairman Lowy, the Senate, and the administration to find common ground and work out our differences. We cannot just put these bills on the shelf and allow critical government agencies to stop functioning entirely or operate under a long-term continuing resolution. I urge a no vote and yield back my time.
If there are no amendments and no further discussion, I recognize Ms. Capter for a motion to approve the revised 302B allocation. The question is on the motion. Oh.
Okay. Madam Chairwoman, I move that the committee approve the report on the revised 302B allocations for fiscal year 2021.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Are they going to ask for a recorded vote? I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the report just approved. Yes. Seeing no objections, so ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned. And thank you all.